we're still, like, on time, kind of. Like, I've only been live for an hour and a half. We've only been live on YouTube for 37 minutes. Like, I've gone significantly longer, considering I loaded most of a Obsidian instance in the background. What's the average FPS I play at? Me? Or somebody in chat? Kazoom. Because if you're talking to me, I play at 70. And it usually doesn't go below unless something is wrong. With the dwarf caps that I set at. So unless I go above, like, 300 dwarves, it usually doesn't go below 60. 60 or 70. Between 60 and 70, depending on what's happening. Oh, is that what the question is? Oh, okay. I mean, I have a big computer, okay? In VOD land. So if you want to say hi to the VOD watchers, you can say hi, YouTube. Twitch chat as well. If you'd like to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you. Of course, this is unrelated to the VOD stuff. But there happens to be a link in the chat right now because the YouTube folks are slacking and they clearly need some help. So, folks, if you're watching on YouTube, there is a button with a thumbs up on it. Okay? There's also a thumbs down. That is less practical, but the practical option would be to click the thumbs up button. Because if you click the thumbs up button, then that tells YouTube, hey, this stream is cool, and we would like more people to watch it. So, if you would like more people to watch and tune in, click that thumbs up button. Because without more people tuning in, well, there's less fun to be had because there's less people to talk to. So, obviously, you want the number to go up, right? Right? Right. If you don't, then that's cool too. You do you, boo. There's a link now in the Twitch chat, so if people on Twitch would like to help that number go up, you can click that like button. And also, if you have the bandwidth, just leaving the tab up would also help greatly. Thank you, Diamond. Diamond, your time for fame may be coming soon. I may need to reach out to you about something secret soon. But please no leak secret data. It's to do with the consortium of Gremlin for mayor. As Abe Lincoln once said, boo! Who do you two? How you doing, Dominoc? But chat, I guess like the end of this question is, would you be interested in me hosting a archive of my worlds on a website with Legends as Legends viewer instances? Like if you could just go to a website and click on a link, and it would just host Legends Viewer in your browser. Would you use that? All right. Does anybody want to help me set it up? Because I have no fucking idea how to do that. I could figure it out with YouTube videos, but that's mostly a joke. But seriously, though, does anybody want to help me set that up? So there's any like web developers who want like an afternoon gig? DM me, I guess. We'll talk. I get paid on the 14th, so I probably can't pay you till then. I do have enough budget to buy you dinner. And I'll pay for hosting. That part's fine. I just wouldn't know who to go to. When you're on the train? I don't know if how the hell I would be able... I would probably have to charge for it at that point. Because like it's mostly text data, right? Because it's XML files. Yeah, I have no idea how I would do that. Like how... That might be a bit beyond me, probably, Jody. But, be like, we'll talk. Many people should perceive the stream as it is, clear and not yellowed. Huh? You also overproduce stuff. You don't know if it was your giant amount of produces. Your above ground fort to the pump stack, or what is the biggest killer for FPS? Okay, so I'm gonna go down the list here, but do keep in mind this varies for different people. This is gonna be like the 2-minute blind IRL bit on frame rate things. Thing number one. contaminations cause problems with frame rates on lower end PCs. So if you are spending a bunch of time above ground or have a bunch of above ground buildings, every single block, brick, or anything that is kept above ground has contaminants. The most common contaminant is rain. So if you're getting frame rate lag, and by lower end PC, I mean like maybe a PC from 8 years ago, or a lower end laptop, something that's not designed for games and getting older. If you're building above ground forts, you're probably going to have a lot of contamination damage. If you're running DF hack, you can use a command which is clean, like clean owned, and maybe just clean all. You might be able to clean all. Yeah, so you can, or spot clean would be the command. So you can use the command spot clean, which will clean most contaminants, okay? I think clean all also removes mud, so you might not want to do that. So try spot clean. That's the first thing. The second thing is cavern creatures. Cavern creatures are a big issue, and I can't see them in this screen because I'm not in game. Cavern creatures are a big issue. Cavern creatures are like the guys that invade that are stealthed in the caverns. If you go into your difficulty settings, they're called they're called cavern invaders. I would just turn them off because they'll make my computer lag. If you're having FPS issues, turn them off. And then go to here and type in the command exterminate. Press enter. And then it'll tell you a list of creatures that are alive, presuming you're using DF hack. Then you can just type in exterminate name of creatures. So amphibian_man, and it has to be, they're case sensitive. So just make sure that you exterminate the right thing. That will probably help your FPS. The next thing I will say is if you're having FPS issues and you are super overproducing items, stop producing items. If you're using DF hack and you think it's items, like if you hit, I think it's T on the keyboard is the task screen, and you have a trillion store item in stockpile jobs that aren't being taken, you probably have too many items. So you can do one of two things. You can stop producing items, or you can just straight up forbid items. If you forbid items, then that will remove those from that task pool, because the biggest impactor on frame rate, which is why people often think liquids and fire are impacting their frame rate, is pathing. Now, what causes issues isn't the pathing itself. The pathing algorithm is actually pretty well optimized for normal pathing. But if the dwarf can't access something, the dwarf doesn't know to stop pathing to something. There are some things that'll cause an item to become forbidden when they're pathing, but most people just turn them off. So essentially what you want to do is you want to figure out what the dwarves can't get to and forbid those items so that they stop pathing to them. A pretty easy way to do this is just go to the top of the map, hit the forbid tool, select everything at the top of the map, scroll all the way down to the bottom of the map, forbid everything. Then go to just your fortress area where stuff does need to be accessed and unforbid everything within your fortress and see if that helps. You could also use like the auto dump destroy option, which is you set items to be dumped and then type in auto dump destroy into DF hack. I think it's auto dump space destroy, and then it'll destroy every item, unexist every item that's forbidden. That's how I would debug a fort for frame rate problems. You could help us with a pull, like when you say PR, do you mean public relations or pull requests? I don't know what PR you're referring to in this instance. But yeah, that in Dwarf Fortress it's all CPU, right? So if you have a high clock speed, like core CPU, Dwarf Fortress will run better than if you have a very out of date PC. Yeah, I'm totally okay with open sourcing stuff as long as there's some moderate oversight, because I can't go through all that because I don't know much about programming. I know a little bit of Python. A very little bit of Python. So yeah, that's my frame rate, blah blah blah. Another thing that you can do if you're having frame rate issues, although this is what I would describe as a last resort, go to game, disable weather. If you're building an above ground fort and you have contaminant issues, so if using the spot clean command helped your frame rate a lot, turn off weather. This will remove the, oh no, I got rained on, blah, 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 mood, but it will also like remove the contaminants problem. So if you're currently building an above ground fort and you are running into frame rate issues and you're like, man, this fucking sucks. God damn it, I just want to play the game and I like my 4, but it lagging. Turn this off. This might save you 5 frames a second. The other thing is temperature. Although I would recommend against this if you're doing stuff with lava, because turning off temperature is going to cause some really fucking weird bugs to happen. The game is not designed to have this disabled. I would consider that like an emergency situation. Another thing is you can try enabling multi-threading if you have it off, because it is off by default. It doesn't cause any crashes currently that I know of. I haven't seen any in the bug tracker in a while, but it has caused crashes in the past. So that's kind of the current up-to-date frame rate, blah blah blah, for Dwarf Fort. In the past, I used to talk about doing like weird-shaped stairwells where you'd make like a cross shape instead of just a little square. That is no longer relevant. That has been changed. It's no longer an issue. You don't need to worry about doing the fancy cross shape, even though it kind of looks cool and is symmetrical. If you want to do it because it looks cool, go nuts. But like, they changed how the vision cones are processed for dwarves, and the issue wasn't pathing, which is what we thought it was back in the day. It's line of sight, in fact. So that's no longer relevant, but, you know. A Dingo Man lair in adventure mode. You're in the middle of the red square, and I assume that it's some sort of hole, but no luck so far. So sometimes lairs don't properly generate. There might not be anything, J. Martin. I would walk just outside of it and sleep, or rest, or wait. And if you see a red shield walking around in the overworld, go to that red shield, because that's probably it. They're not always in their lair. They're often in the vicinity of the lair, especially if it's daytime. So I would go to the overworld, I would wait, and then I would head towards a shield. If you don't see a shield, you can often enough, maybe in my case, I'd say maybe 1 in 10 times I go to kill a creature, it's already dead. But the rumors haven't spread enough about it being dead that other people are aware of it. Yeah, if you're having frame rate issues, they're not even mainstream issues. You goddamn, I don't even know. I can't rhyme. Can you tell? So this is my fort, and these are shenanigans. So who's ready to build some minecart machines? My SoundCloud rapping career is already over. It's a fact. Who's ready to build some minecarts? The good old-fashioned nyum nyum. So this is a mess, but what this is this is a steel minecart that's killed, oh geez, 4 dwarves? I think something like that, and a goblin. We did kill a goblin, although I do need to make this deeper. This isn't deep enough yet. The goblin that fell in here just went splat and didn't actually die, which is fine. I mean, it was pretty injured, but like I want them to die. Although I could either dig this deeper. Actually, chat, what do you think? Should we dig this deeper or put spikes in it? Or both. I could dig it deeper and put spikes in it. But essentially, this is a archery tower up here. This is a front door, which is muddy. Don't mind the mud. We had a minor oopsie with some water. It's fine. The water's gone now. Everything isn't safe, but we don't need to panic about the water specifically anymore, so don't worry about the water. Deeper and spikes. Deeper and spikes or serrated disc. Well, I mean, I don't want to use weapon traps, which is what serrated discs would be block of glass. The reason I don't want to use weapon traps is they don't have the same aesthetic appeal, you know what I mean? Like this, okay, like here, I'll show you what I mean. Like this right here is a weapon trap. I don't know. Boom. Like, it's like that with like a couple weapons sticking out the side, right? Whereas upright spikes, I mean, like, they're little spikes that come up and down when they're being pulled. And that looks way fucking cooler to me, so I'm going with spikes instead of weapon traps. So I'm not going to use discs, I'm going to use spikes. Also because we keep getting invaded by cavern creatures because I do have them turned on. And so I essentially have an unlimited supply of like bronze and silver spears, which I'm too lazy to melt down. So it's easier to just make spikes. Quite literally. Like, it's more convenient, it's easier, and I think they look better. But we could go a few layers deeper, so let's just deconstruct all this. Now, what this is a fully automatic minecart system. Now, I think there was a clip here posted from last week. Let me scroll up until I see it. Nope. Hey, Boom Boom. I know you're lurking. Could I get a link to that clip? This fort has had some pretty horrible calamities, and I'm amazed that moods are as not terrible as they are. I do have, I think it's 2, maybe 3 dwarves to name. 2 dwarves to name. So we'll have to do that. But the named dwarves in the fort are, I don't see any here on the top side. We've had a lot of deaths, so it's pretty likely that your dwarf is dead if you had one. We have Danny. We have Tiny Hippo, who has a title, so their name got longer, and it don't fit anymore. You know got bitten by a were creature. Are they a member of your fortress? Hand chest. We got Danny, we got Tiny Hippo, we got Serious Salsas. We've got Havoc. We've got Bone Dolphin. No. Click on them and go to the Relations tab. Do they have any friends who live in your fortress? If they've asked to stay for an extended period of time, I think you can expel them. Can you get a dwarf if you get the redemption? Or if you nominate yourself, because you're tier 2. So you should be able to nominate yourself. If the command doesn't work, let me know. Shinobi the second, because Shinobi died. Cybrek. We've got Old Wounds. Worth Butts. The command is Dwarf, !DORF. Oh, sorry. And Grozny, thanks for the $1. Appreciate ya. We've got all my soldiers have titles, and so I have to select them. Rin of the Stars. We got Urist Games. Raikalu. Lanix. Zalvi. Ice Blue. Cathode Ray Tube. Snail. Natsubami, who was really depressed earlier and seems to have snapped out of it. And Stormwolf. It's down at the bottom. DORF. But Dominoc already nominated you. So chat, should we give a dwarf? Just type in yes or no in the Twitch chat. The YouTube folks can participate if they like. And we'll of course have to give at least a dwarf to the YouTube folks. So I'll figure out how to do that. But first bear with me, and we're gonna name a couple dwarfs here. The first dwarf that I have to name is the amazing Crane, who wanted a bearded dwarf with functional limbs. Which, this is a bearded dwarf with functional limbs. Oh, we'll just go with Crane. K-R-A-I-N. Crane. Crane lives at a high energy kinetic pace, and he desires little for himself in the way of possession. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this, since he values friendship. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he has an active imagination. Sorry, he has an active sense of humor, not imagination. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is assertive, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and he has a menacing stare when he's angry. He scratches his nose when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally thinks the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed. Sees competition as wasteful and silly, and dreams of raising a family. As far as that goes, he has a pet sheep who is alive. I don't know how good of a quality of life it has in this puddle, but hey, I should probably clean up my livestock. And he also has 2 friends in the fort, so that's good. He's a member of the weaponsmiths, the metalsmiths, and the craft, and was formerly a member of the Craftsdwarves Guild, and is a member of the Doctrine of Bronze, who worships the god of jewels. Welcome to the fort, Crane. Then I got a name George. Who, did you want a dwarf with beard or dwarf without beard? I mean, Pascal, that's not that far back. That should run the game pretty, like, well, honestly. Like, I used to run the game at about, I don't know, 60 frames a second with, like, 250 dwarves on that CPU. So, that should run the game decently well. I stopped using that CPU because it was literally failing. It was making weird noises and crashing. So you've probably just got, like, a problem in your current fort. Like, that's not too bad of a CPU. I mean, like, I know how old it is. Like, that's a 2017 CPU, but that is a pretty good CPU from the era, so. So Sori wants somebody with beards. You've got a 7900, 7950 X3D. I've got a 7800 X3D. I'm quite happy with it. George wants beard. George wants beard. How does Military Commander Burr, Militia Captain Burr, sound to you? Of the Golden Families, who's my Marksdwarf squad, and the only member of the Marksdwarf squad. But Asori was dwarfed by Dominok, but we've got 2 people in line ahead of you, Asori. Not to be mean, but I'm going in order of nominations. So Crane was first, George redeemed theirs 42 minutes ago, and then we'll do yours, okay? So just going in order of operations here. So this will be George here. George does not find most jokes humorous, is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and is somewhat scatterbrained. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, and sees competition as reasonably important. Prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. And likes claystone and copper and clear dark peach. Wait, what? Sorry, the color dark peach, not clear dark peach. Clear diamond, muskox, leather, aardvark tooth, the color dark peach. There we go. Cats for their aloofness, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume char, horse cheese, and spelt beer. We can't let any cats near you or they will claim you as a pet. And bananas. And absolutely hates worms. Also has a pet sheep. Obviously is a member of the Tower of Clobbering and the Golden Families, and has an iron will and good creativity. As far as injuries goes, no injuries. Any kills? Nope. Okay. Next up is Asori, who also wants a dwarf with beard. So let's see. I could do a weaponsmith. I could do a brewer. I could do a surgeon miner. I like a surgeon miner. Let's do a surgeon miner. Asori. All right. Well, you've had some history. He never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Due to experiencing trauma, he never feels hatred. He can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary after seeing a troglodyte's dead body in 357. Can be very single-minded and is little interest in joking around. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he turn around after wearing old clothing in 361, and likes to take it easy. Is often cheerful and has an active imagination. He can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and you've survived all of the big calamities of this fort. That's kind of crazy. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he likes a little excitement now and then, and is quick to anger, and he is quite ambitious. He prefers to present himself modestly, has a greedy streak, and stomps his feet repeatedly when he's angry. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You've been around since 357. You saw a troglodyte die, and it made you cautious. You were happy after the establishment of a guild hall, but got into a lot of arguments. You dwelled upon seeing a rodent woman's dead body, but it turned you into a thrill seeker and allowed you to value harmony. At some point, you We're frightened after being haunted by the dead. Well, that's unfortunate. You're also uneasy after wearing old clothing and experiencing trauma, but you did learn to accept it eventually. And that is why you're super happy now, because you've accepted your past traumas and grown as a person. He likes native platinum, and yellow zircon. Likes native platinum, but also platinum and yellow zircon. I guess he's a really big Bayonetta fan. I guess. He likes the color pale brown, the words of the fortuitous pregnancy, and the sound of the euphoric butterfly, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals. When possible, prefers to consume giant toad, pomegranate wine, and hates bats. He has 4 friends in the fort, including Zalvi and Cathode, and worships the god of death. Private parking would also like a dwarf. But you want a glassmaker or crafts dwarf? Beard preference. I do have glassmakers, but I will warn you, I don't have sand. So any glassmakers are not likely, I won't say likely, but have a non-zero chance of dying due to demanding sand for an artifact. Other crafts dwarf, I've got lots of weaponsmiths. Would you like a weaponsmith? Does that craft your dwarf fancy? Or I can make you into a woodworker. Got several carpenters. Or furnace ops. How about a Lorbam, who's an expert weaponsmith? Also, did you have a dwarf in this fort before? Because then you'd be private parking the second, if you did. Almost never feels discouraged after seeing a goblin Los Lolflade's dead body. Lol, they got flayed. And he is a perfectionist, and he cracks easily under pressure. You don't think you had? Okay, it must have been the last fort then. Because I know you had a dwarf relative. Blunt wound. What a good name. You got a blunt force trauma wound. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tends to assume the worst of the two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he lives a fast-paced life, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he tends to avoid crowds. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he is quick to anger. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, after seeing a turnaround after seeing a goblin's dead body. He finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes Galena and brass, as well as Clara opal, walrus tooth, and the giant tortoise shell, Rami fabric, and the color spring green, bolts, bags, and enormous corkscrews, and the words of the Tenribus wisps, and when possible prefers to consume soft wheat beer and quinoa seeds, and absolutely hates worms. Welcome to the fort. He's got a close friend and 2 friends, as well as worships Burr, and you're a member of the sect of Amethyst. Burr is the god of jewels and gems, once again. You're a member of the Metalsmiths and the Weaponsmiths Guild, and you were previously a member of the Farmers Guild. For main skills, you are actually a talented miller by trade, but you've discovered a recent passion for weaponsmithing. Now, I was gonna just do the normal thing I do where I give out random dwarfs to people, but we have a request from an individual in the YouTube chat who just gave me $10, so I'm accepting this bribe, and I'll give you a dog and name it Ethan. Apologies for when you die very inevitably. You're the pet of Logum. Also, Panthercarpy, you gave me $10 earlier, so I just wanted to say thanks for that. And if you're in the YouTube chat, let me know if you would like a dwarf. I'm also going to expand the amount of space that these critters have to walk around because they're getting a little cramped looking. This is very much a cop-out for all of the livestock. Very much a cop-out for all of the livestock. Speaking of livestock, I'm going to go through here and just slaughter everything that I can slaughter. We keep on having these problems where people keep bringing guinea pigs to my fortress. It's driving me nuts. I'll keep the goats. Keep the sheep. I'll keep the turkeys. Keep the baby goats. Because I would actually like to sort these a little bit. I'll keep the pig. And actually get a proper, like, livestock industry up and running, but it is what it is. Let's also go back over to pets and livestock. And just go Ethan here. This dog dislikes helping others, takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Sounds like a dog. Enjoys the company of others and often feels discouraged. Is moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She prefers that everyone lives as harmonious as possible. Sounds like a dog. And doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Well, that doesn't sound like a dog. Give treat. And tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. That makes sense. Tear up all the stuffed animals, or in this case, the cloth crafts. And is relieved after being near a waterfall. And also, we have an artifact that's begun. We should follow that. Yeah, they are. And so here's the thing about guinea pigs. I would have zero issues with them in Dwarf Fortress. If. That's the asterisk. If they actually provided something of value, like leather, cloth, or even bones for crafts, because right now the only thing that they provide is a skull, which can be made into a totem. They don't provide meat or anything. So there's no, like, actual positive to, you know, farming them as a livestock. So I just don't like them. Yeah, but, like, there's dozens of different types of animals that provide companionship in Dwarf Fort that don't, you know, need to be pastured. So they're a higher maintenance creature because they need to be pastured. Oh, the burn everything critter's back. This is a ball of fire who's been around for a while. Who's killed another forgotten beast as well as a troll, Crundles, and Grundles. Well, good for you, Crundle killer. And what about you? And you are also on the lower layer. Oh, maybe they'll fight. That would be exciting. I mean, they should be able to see each other. He's right here. It's monster staring contest? Oh, you've been busy. Maybe they have a fragile alliance. They just, like, share the local critters, and, how many bees are there? You keep showing that screen too quickly. I could have... That's per hive. You know, I maintain that one of my favorite patch notes of all time for Dwarf Fortress is bees are no longer considered food. Because if you had bees in your fort, you would just have, like, hundreds of thousands of food. This may be one of my favorite bugs in Dwarf Fort. And then, like, there was a patch, it was like 2023 sometime, and it was literally just bees are no longer listed as food, or no longer considered food. But they're still food, and every now and again you get a dwarf that prefers to consume bees. Well, I teach you how to export legends to Obsidian. Well, I teach you. Does somebody have the GitHub file? All the documentations are in the GitHub. It may have been posted on my Discord. Hold on, let me grab it. I can grab it for you. There you go. Will I teach you? No, because it would take 3 hours. But all of the information on how to do it is right there. Yeah, it's just dwarves seem to enjoy the spicy sky raisins. Also, there is a giant cave spider that died here. You know, honestly, I don't blame this guy for just, like, periodically setting the entire caverns on fire. Ooh, he moved. If these exist here. You know what's funny about this is they probably... This guy's very, very fit, very lean due to all of the burning. Oh, shit. Dagal, the weaver, has created Gamil Tauba, a cave spider silk turban, and offers it to the dead pillars. I feel like this should be... Okay, chat. What noble gets the turban? Medical dwarf? Captain of the guard? Mayor? Or religious figure? This is a cave spider silk turban. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned brown zircons and encircled with cave spider silk and yak leather and yak bone, not yak leather, and encircled with bands of llama bone. It is made from cave spider silk cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of water buffalo leather and menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. On the item is an image of an octagon cut gems in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of 2 black caps in granite. On the item is an image of a narrow crescent in lead. On the item is an image of Onal, Wheels Hope, the dwarf, in porcelain. I feel like it would make sense for the medical dwarf because it would like keep their hair out of the wounds, right? Religious would be true to life, and mayor is just kind of funny. I mean, here's the thing. Maybe the chief medical dwarf would use the turban as part of surgery, you know? Like, oh no, the knife isn't sharp enough to go in and cut them open to do the surgery. So use it like kind of a hammer type deal. I think this is practical. Cathode, congratulations. You have a fancy hat now. Although you're also in my military. Are you in my military? No, you're not in my military. Cathode, congratulations. You have a fancy hat now. Turban gonna be covered in blood. That's what the well is for. Stick turban in well. Well covered in blood now. Yeah. If the person's not waking up and you don't want to take blame for letting them die to infection, just smack them in the head with that. Oh no, they died to a blunt force trauma. What caused that? Well, the lead turban. Let's wait until this dwarf equips it. And I will keep an eye for combat logs popping up for that critter. Oh no, you're gonna go eat first? Fine. So we probably should do a little bit of a tour of this fortress. I really need to distribute food around better, but this is the fortress. It is an above-ground, partially, fortress that is built on the remnants of what was once a above-ground fortress, and or a partially above-ground world gen fortress. And I'm trying to make a cool military stronghold in this once world gen fort. He's stuck. Oh no. I've never had that happen. I don't actually know, Gronzi. I have no idea what would happen in that instance. Greg and then some, hello. It's good to see you. Unfortunately, your dwarf is no longer with us. At least they weren't there when I searched for them. No, your dwarf is no longer with us. So rest in fellow Greg. Your dwarf has gone to go see the great... This is a video game reference. The great father-mother. Or is it mother-father? Fuck, I can't remember. I haven't played Xenoclash in a minute. Game came out in 2009, I think? Jesus. I don't think you can dig through a built workshop is the issue. You know, I haven't played this fort in a minute when I can't remember where my trade depot... Oh, there it is. When I can't remember where my trade depot is. Can also tell that we recently sold everything from the last siege. Oh shit, I should sell my porcelain figurines. I think they wanted rings. So we actually have a porcelain industry, which is an industry I almost never have. So that's fun. Am I not making socks? It doesn't look like it. Should check my jobs and see if I'm making socks. You know, so there's construction going on outside of my apartment right now. And there's currently an excavator in the middle of the road. And there's somebody just sitting there honking at it. That excavator ain't moving any faster, man. Maybe, like, remember to take your meds in the morning. Jesus. Technically, anything can be pets because any creature that you can catch in a cage that can be trained could theoretically be adopted as a pet, but then a dwarf would have to like that creature and want to adopt it as a pet. I think excavator wins, man. I don't know what that little, like, Kia hatchback thinks it's gonna do, but, like, what are you gonna do, push it? I think you'll lose that fight, man. Cage match? I'd watch. It would be about as destructive as, like, the monster trucks. Oh, I've been glazing them, though. That's why they're listed as, like, enhanced, is because I've been glazing them using tin. Or Kesserite. I mean, it's just like a medieval tavern, you know? Lead pewter? Checks out to me, I would say. Someone finally adopted the fort's tamed... Sorry, but like the concept of a tamed worm is just very funny to me. That is... a tamed worm, eh? Okay. Sure. Yeah, why not? What's the lifespan of a worm in Dwarf Fortress? Now I need to know. Just gonna look up worm. Oh, right, yeah, they're vermin, so they're immortal. I hate to break it to you, but that pet is gonna outlive the dwarf. Yeah, I only keep feral worms. Yeah, no, vermin are all immortal in Dwarf Fort. They don't have a death time. They're hateable, but also petable. Eurus likes worms for their wriggling. Does the dwarf that claimed it like worms for their wriggling? I don't know why I'm saying wiggling like that, but they're wriggling. When I read wiggling, it looks like wriggling. Maybe I say it wrong all the time. Wriggle me this? Uh-huh. You happy? Did I wriggle you that enough? Ever heard of lead sugar? No, I haven't. Wait, you might be mixing your chemistry? I mean, okay. Mix your chemistry. That's what you're supposed to do in chemistry. Like, that's part of chemistry, as far as I know. Okay, so this is really fucking funny. I asked them to bring me platinum nuggets. So platinum really heavy. So each of the camels could only bring 1 platinum. So I'm going to trade all of this for their platinum. Call them. Is the response to that, Sage. I mean, it's fine. I was going to give it to them anyway, but I feel like they're ripping me off. Like, make me into part of the mountain home at this point. Come on. All right, did the Forgotten Beasts fight? Nope. Although there is fire there now. The Gnarled Heart. I like that name a lot. So also for reference, for these forgotten beasts down here that are having a staring match, we got a great quadruped composed of flame. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically, which is the gnarled heart. And then down here we have Asno, who is a beakless vulture with a round shell, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its fire. So we've got an open maw vulture, which is terrifying, that breathes fire, and a critter made of fire. If I wanted to kill them, I could probably make a Mark's Dwarf tower up in here. Or actually, I could probably just channel down from up here, and that would probably do her. So I'm in the process of locking down these caverns. So I'm going to do that. Fight fire with fire. You know, ironically, fire not that good against fire. This may shock you. Also, I gotta say, I'm amazed that you guys can't hear the dryer that's running right next to me. It's actually a really good sign. It means that I can actually do laundry while it's also streaming, which is great for me. Uh-oh. Well, thankfully that doesn't turn into an aquifer. Alright, well, that'll be easy enough. Need to flip your laundry? Nah, that'll be done. I mean, when it comes to fire beasts, if you're trying to fight them in melee, just make sure that your dwarves have flasks or water skins, because all of the liquid in the flasks and water skins will evaporate when they catch fire, which will put the fire out. And is actually a very easy and effective method of saving your dwarves' lives. So I've been playing version 47 over the weekend, recording for the No Clip documentary. And I'm kind of glad to be back on this version. There is a few things about version 47 that I think are a little bit clearer once you know the UI. But I've really grown to appreciate the little things that they've added to this version. Really grown to appreciate them. Does this work against Dragon Breath? Nothing works against Dragon Breath. Because Dragon Breath isn't normal fire. Dragon Breath is its own entity. Dragon Breath is the hottest material in the game, just period. Nothing is hotter than Dragon Breath. So that's like saying, if I throw a bucket of water on the sun, do sun go out? And the answer is no. No, it don't. Because nothing is hotter than the sun. Why are you blocked? Oh, there's a tree. Gotta cut that down. Actually, wouldn't it just be easier for me to just put floors on the side? Let's just put floors here. This one can just go all the way across. This one can go to here. This one can go to here. I'm making scaffolding, if you're wondering. Do you ever just not have enough water? Sometimes I realize that a power system that I was building was too ambitious for the amount of flow that an aquifer has, but I don't remember ever running out of... I've had too much water more than I've had not enough water. Uh-oh. I hadn't even really thought about this. They may be trying to climb up. So You guys want to see something silly? Don't move, buddy. How about you? Okay, you may be defended right there. Because you're too close to the edge. But you may. Excellent. Do not move. Whatever you do, do not move. Do. So that'll go down to there. Dig out the top as well. With the other digging type. Uh-oh. Cavern dwellers. Pretty far away from us, though. Let me just run the dwarfs down to here. I mean, free spear delivery. Let's just hope the military's close by-ish. Anybody actually taking attacks yet? Not currently, so that's good. Although the Stukos here is running away, may run into problems. Question is where the near militariist? Where military is? Where boy with pointy stick? I need you here fast now, sirs. You've got a bit of a rodent infest. Oh, you're sleeping. Oh, that's great. That's really good. That's now you're awake, thankfully. So at least you woke up in the nick of time, enough time to become injured, and then have some random woodworker join in and help, who's also doing quite a bit of work, actually. In fact, has hacked the rodent spearman in the tail with her iron battle axe, which tore the muscle and probably partially removed the tail. The dwarf here is also doing quite a bit of great work, stabbing the rodent woman spearman in the left foot with her steel spear, or with his steel spear. Yes. Shinobi is doing, you know, kind of what you need them to do. I mean, they have killed rodent people before, although it's been a minute, considering the amount of sleeping they were doing. As long as they don't fall asleep, as long as they don't get tired, which is actually good because, you know, they were just sleeping, so they're at the very least wide awake because they've already gotten over the stun debuff that you get once you've fallen asleep. Oddly enough, though, I would say that Geshud here is probably doing better. Consider they're a focused dabbling axe dwarf versus literally a skilled spear dwarf. And although this dwarf is going in with a bit of a handicap because they're already injured. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck for this dwarf? I think this dwarf's got this. I mean, 2 versus what, 9? You've already killed 2. How many have you killed? 2. Man, they're 2 for 2. Continuing to fight. Although Shinobi is now tired and bleeding, and their ability to grasp is somewhat impaired, and they just drop their spear. But it's not causing them to, you know, get perturbed or anything. I mean, they're now whacking at them with their shield, but getting parried repeatedly. So good as time as any to train up that. I mean, we're up to 5 kills now, so that's pretty good. I'll give them that, you know? Considering the Spear Dwarf also bit that rodent spearman in the head and shook them around, which caused their left elbow... Oh, in the left hand, not in the head. I read that as head, not hand. I was like, how did, like, whipping them around after biting them in the head break their elbow? Well, it's because they bit them in the hand, okay? So they bit them in the hand and then whipped them around, and it caused the elbow to break. So Shinobi is earning their pay here, although is tired and injured, unlike Geshud here, who's just simply tired and now nauseous and bleeding heavily. Whereas Shinobi here is only just tired and injured, now overexerted, tired and injured, bleeding, overexerted, heavy bleeding. Where's the rest of my military? You will be remembered as a hero, having killed Finder Deviant and Drenched Denst, as well as 6 other rodent people. I think that it's just the last one who is healthy. Stare into the beady eyes, which are covered by their hood. Shinobi, what are you currently doing? Is getting repeatedly stabbed in the head with a spear, which is getting deflected by a steel helm. This is why steel armor is useful. But it is pulling the neck. There goes the teeth. But now they're both overexerted. If I just tell them to kill this thing, is there somebody close enough? Oh, so the soldiers are all over there. Come on. Come on. So at the last possible second, Shinobi was able to get the spear firmly lodged in their lower spine, I think, and then bit them and started shaking them around, and at some point managed to wrestle the spear out of the hands of the rodent. And then bit him to death. Did you get credited with that kill? No. But may have earned a permanent place in the Big Cruel Cheese. Which is funny because their sprite is currently holding a spear. Which means I think there's actually a spear in their teeth. No, it's stuck in his left hand. Also, hi, Drakensil, how are you? Still a functional dwarf? Well! The funny thing about this, like, why were you stabbing him in the head? He had, like, no real armor on his arms. Uh-oh. Klubak was found dead. Is there still more? Nope. Let's see if Shinobi survives. I mean, you can still breathe. What are your injuries? I mean, yes is probably the right answer. Your teeth are gone. Okay. His foot is mangled. His right lower arm is mangled. His lower arm is cut open. Is your spine intact? You know, if his spine is intact, he could remain a functional dwarf. The question is, are they going to remove that spear? You may have a permanent weapon equipped. They don't always remove, like, embedded objects. Minecraft? Minecart, yeah. It's a very common typo. Don't worry about it. Well, first I want to see if this dwarf survives. But I'm building some defenses with minecarts. A pretty maniacal one, I'll say. Okay, item is getting placed in tomb. That's good. Diagnose patient. Get up here, doc. We need ya. Well, we're not really making a minecart shotgun. We're more making a minecart grinder. So. Oh, that's... Well, I should have all those things. He says. Just gonna increase the numbers. Because I think we're gonna need more. Cleaning, stitches, etc. How about doctors? Yeah, we should be good. Got Kib the surgeon running with bucket. Well, less of grinding and more like whacking and splatting. Well, how about the adequate surgeon? Okay, well, they've been cleaned with soap, so that's good. Now they need stitches, who my surgeon here is doing. After putting all the stuff away in bins. Still need dressing, more stitches. I mean, aside from being one giant stitch, we just need a Lilo for you. It's gonna be steel carts and platinum carts. I just imported platinum for this reason. I was testing them with wooden carts, and trust me, they were effective. That's a really strange way to spell grinder. It's almost like you're a shitty startup, designed to make people more chronically single and lonely, because they don't go meet people. Probably Jody. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Also, I'm pretty sure that, I don't know what year Grindr as an app was founded, but I'd be almost willing to bet the term cart grinder has existed longer. If it was like pre-2010, okay, Grindr wins, but otherwise that may have actually existed in the Dwarf Fort wiki longer. I just don't want to Google that app because I don't need that in my search history. He still has the spear stuck in his hand. Yeah, they have a habit of not removing... What? Wouldn't it be amazing if this guy just ends up dual-wielding spears? Because, like, I've seen military dwarves that just have had, like bolts embedded in them for, like, literally years. Also, oh, okay, never mind. I do have stuff to immobilize. Okay, so we do have somebody coming to place in traction. Do they use embedded weapons? Yes. Although removing the weapon may have actually killed him. Hold on a second. So I just learned something. This is high value thread because it's midnight blue with dimple dye. And he's happy about equipping good items. The truly splendid items are the stitches he's receiving. It's like, I got the Spider-Man Band-Aids. Oi. March 25th, 2009? I need to see when the cart grinder entry on the wiki was added. Okay, so none of that. Okay, goblin grinder is what they call them, but that maybe is worse. And that was added to the wiki in that version. What year was that? All versions. April 1st, 2010. So, roughly the same time. I ain't calling them goblin grinders, though. All right. Can we end the grinder jokes? Can we just make this go away? I don't want this in my chat. Is the end of the story, Jody. If you want to go, like, get paid by Big Grinder to go promote Grinder in other people's chats, go nuts. But I'm pretty sure coffee grinders have existed for a while. I don't sit here and talk about Tinder all day. That's all. Also, hey, Stillentis, hope you're doing well. It was a funny joke for a minute, but it's stayed its course. All right, well, chat, remind me in like 10 minutes to check in on that dwarf. Because I gotta get back to my minecart contraption. So, I do have some problems with this minecart contraption. The main problem is, like, do I want to have, like, the well, not satisfaction. I've been thinking about this edition, these fortifications. I think I might remove them. And the reason I'm going to remove them is because I think it might be better to use a different material, or rather, not a different material. I think it would be better to use bars on this at the end here, because this is still kind of in the prototyping phase. If I use bars, I can use whatever bars. It doesn't matter the type. I could also use vertical grates, which actually, let's do vertical steel grates. And let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sure, we'll just do 20. Also need to check, am I making socks? I am making socks, so socks shouldn't be an issue. Because we didn't write Star Wars? I don't know. Turn bad guys into red paste. The idea is, I don't like making minecart blenders or whatever you want to call them in areas where the enemies can access them, because any enemy that is not affiliated with your faction can topple minecart tracks effortlessly with zero like effort that they put in, right? They can just walk up to them and destroy them. I find that really fucking annoying, having to rebuild your mine tracks after every fight. So I'm trying to build a structure that knocks enemies into this hole without having to worry. There's coal back there. Without having to worry about the enemies destroying my minecarts. So essentially what this is it's... I'd have to grab the clip again before I turn it on, because we're doing construction on it. But essentially the way this is going to work is the minecart will go up to the top, spin around the top really quick, and then all the way down, fly over here, jump this gap, fly through here, jump this gap, and then back up, all the way up, and then all the way down, and repeat. That's what it's going to do. Why would I want a pool for them to fall into? I want to be able to get their stuff. No, I'm gonna make them fall onto spikes. I mean, I could put lava in there. That would be very easy. I could put water in there. That would also be super easy. I don't want to do that because I want them to die to landing on spikes. And then we can go in there and collect the items. Maybe I would use lava as like a cleaning system, but nah, that's not really the priority here. The priority here is to simply kill the goblins. Yeah, it's like, it's the first rule of Zombieland is double tap, or is that... No, the first rule is cardio. Second is double tap. Also, I need to go out here and mine this, because we've got native platinum, we got pinfire opal here. I'm also using this as a very handy, nifty-difty way of prospecting, if you will. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Well, I mean, it's not that dangerous. I mean, half the dwarves have died twice, but like, come on. It's not that bad. Why are you calling my fort so danger? Hey, look, a puppy dog. It's your puppy dog. Okay. Oh, you're a pretty solid little doctor, actually. you actually like helping other people? Good spatial sense, disdains knowledge, weak, envious. Thinks before acting, a little determination and confidence, pleased by appearance and talents. I'll chuck you. One thing I do miss from version 47, and I always check to see if they've ever added this. You used to be able to go to personality screen and then go, or no, not personalities. You used to be able to go to the labor screen and then go to locations and add them to a location from this screen in version 50. That is one screen, or in pre-version 50. That is one screen I do miss. So people are always asking me like what I miss from older versions of Dwarf. That's something I miss. Where's my hospital? It's right here. Actually, let's... Do I not have a lot of... I only have one bone doctor. Unless it was Dakas who just arrived, right? Yep, there you are. Oh, I know how I'm going to make them stop. I just need to set it up so that they do. I'm just going to connect a lever to some grates. That'll be very easy. I could also use drawbridges. But I think I'm just going to use grates, and then they'll stop spinning, and they will also simultaneously, it'll also simultaneously shut the power off. So it'll shut the power off and close the walls, and any that are like mid-air will just land on the ground. Darius, you do not currently have one. Do you have any preference on job? Otherwise, I can just give you this one. There is a clip, Sage. Minecarts instead of boulders, and, well, I mean, I could add, like, a couple minecart shotguns into this pretty easily. If you actually want me to fire boulders. Although, my personal favorite, even though they're very ineffective for minecart shotguns, is to shoot statues of screaming goblins at the goblins. Even though you can only fit, like, 2 statues per minecart, they're very, very, very ineffective, but they're very funny. What animals are you looking to capture, Rent of the Stars? I don't think you can't shear fluffy wamblers, but you can have pet fluffy wamblers. I think you can dissect them? I don't know. That's a mechanic I barely ever mess with. The minecart stops, but that's why I'm going to have 4 or 5 minecarts per, because then what happens is you start having a sandwich setup where they just repeatedly start knocking each other, and it's like a perpetual motion machine. It's pretty cool. It does. Here, let me see if I can grab the clip. I'm just going to have to open up my stream and go to clips. Thwack, I think. Yeah, here, let me mute me. Let me just, yeah, game's paused. So this is what happens when they stop. Although this is like steel and wooden ones. And I think, yeah, there's nothing crazy. So it hits Goblin, and then it does that. Which, you know, we'll just have to have a lot on there. But don't mind the dead dwarf up there. It's fine. And then Goblin fall. So it does absolutely work. Is it going to be the most effective? No. Is it going to soften the enemy? Yes. Is it going to be hysterical? Absolutely. And that's the main goal here, is to be funny. Although, I might try and find some sort of setup of getting them to reload, but not too hopeful on that. It's certainly going to look cool, and, like, cool points is, like, most of the reason behind the things that I do. Is I just want things to look cool. Here, I'll just give you the first dwarf with a beard. Darius Cardrin is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, is conflicted by this, as he values artwork and its creation. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and he only rarely feels strong cravings or urges. He can handle stress, and he generally acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he is quite humble. He is often nervous, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and doesn't often feel envious of others. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he tends to form only... Oh, I read that once. He is also somewhat quarrelsome. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he has a bit of a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family, personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, and finds friendship burdensome and disregards tradition and respects the development of a skill, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and dreams of raising a family. And he likes microcline as well as sterling silver and lapis lazuli and giant pond turtle shell and leather armor, goblets, and rabbits for their ears. And the words of the Prim Whips. When possible, prefers to consume hard wheat beer and mung beans. And hates rats. And Vesh is your god of choice, and you worship the Order of Dust. Would this work with lava carts? Sure, but the reason I'm not doing it with lava carts is you don't really want the lava to end up dumping in the middle of the pathway. I think probably it most likely wouldn't cause them to dump, but I'm not positive. It would make them heavier, which wouldn't be a bad thing. The issue that I'd be concerned with is if it set the goblins on fire. To put it simply, it would make smoke appear, which would immediately block the pathway. And probably also make the frame rate go to 0. So it would just make fights take forever. I could do it that way, I just kind of don't want to. Because I feel like it would be... If I'm going to do, like, minecart shotguns, I'm going to do them at a safe distance, you know? Yeah, no, that's something I've been requesting for a very long time, is trolls as a siege weapon. Trolls or ogres or any large creature in goblin armies. I just want them to be able to throw goblins, because it's very goblin-y, you know? Using the goblins as a projectile weapon is like the most goblin-y thing that a goblin could goblin, you know? Like, who doesn't want a goblin to be used as a goblin's projectile weapon? That's amazing. Everybody wants that. All right, well, we're about to hit the aquifer. That's going to be easy enough to deal with. I can probably do 4. Maybe 5. But it's going to need a simultaneous shut-off lever to be reasonable in that sense. Also, I need to check something. I need to add some more engravers. Actually, why don't we just set this to everybody does this? Just get it done. But I currently don't have it running, Ice Blue, so you haven't missed anything. You missed it last stream, but not this stream. I could probably get more than 4 on each track, but I'd need to come up with a more creative method of loading them, which isn't impossible. I mean, that's actually very possible. It just requires me to come up with a better method of loading them. It's the equivalent of a goblin roller coaster? I think it's the equivalent of, like, my dad picking me up and throwing me into a pile of snow as a small kid, which he did, and it was great. Shinobi, thanks for reminding me. Is still resting and still has a spear embedded in their hand. I should probably remove them from the military. I mean, they don't have any infections. They do have an overlapping fracture in their foot. There's no treatment scheduled. They were most recently cleaned with Naked Moldog soap on the 2nd of Timber. They've received splints and they're in traction, so they might they might come back to being functional. They might not. I mean, their hair is torn apart. It's terrifying. You never want to die from a torn apart hair infection. Fida, thank you very much for the 6 months in advance for 31 months at tier 1. Appreciate you. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Fida? An OG around these parts these days. Thank you much, dude. Do I have more traction benches? I can't remember. I do. I should build it. Even when you admin throw, even when I admin throwing goblins might look cool, but would be technically very difficult to do, as it would need a proper interaction between parties and locations. Probably, but it's not going to stop me from requesting it. But yeah, you're probably right. It probably wouldn't be an easy thing to do. Holy shit, I think my dryer finally finished. But yeah, no, I don't know how many of you guys watched the interview, live or otherwise, but I'm a lot more confident in the Siege update having heard Tarn talk about difficulty again. Because I really like the, we're not afraid to kill you if you fuck up because that's funny. But at the same time, we're not here to make the game harder. We're here to make the game more interesting is a really kind of feeling. I don't know about you guys, but that sort of thing gets me very keen. I'm very excited. You mean projectile weapon? Ice blue? Okay, so this is now digging into an aquifer, I think. Although we're very lucky. It's not entirely an aquifer. Actually, a lot of this is just jet, too. We're getting more jet! My jet supply was very low. Dwarf Fortress players and Battlefield players have one thing in common. We're all trying to get the jet spawn. I'm sorry, why is there a bleeding camel out front of my door? Oh, something I really like about this version, unless you're using DF hack, you can't just click train an animal in this screen. It's a lot more tedious to get the train animal screen to pop up. Same with the slaughter animal screen. Oh well, it's dead. Oh, that's in the trap. I was like, why is there a wood bow there? Oh, so I mean, that would be more of a... I don't think that's something you'd see in Fortress mode. And the reason I don't think that's something that you would see in Fortress mode is because that would probably be the equivalent of making a Grizzly Mound, which is a goblin thing. So that's probably the sort of thing you'd see in Dwarf Fortress if goblins became playable. That would be my bet. But what do I know, right? Well, I didn't even see the typos, or whatever that works. But, I mean, I read through it. It's fine. Okay. I don't even process typos as typos half of the time. So let's just go along the base of this and work on this one. So you're going to go to there. Oh, right. In order for you to work. Let's just build you here. You here. Because this saves me from having to make as many mechanisms. Oh. I can't cut this out, otherwise that'll derail them. So I guess I need to deconstruct you. Ooh, no, let's not do that. Let's do this instead. Let's do that instead. And then I can just run this along here. And just do this. I'm also going to need to check the total power draw of this sucker. I think I used a boulder for that first one. My, you guys can't hear it because it's not popping up, but my dryer's beeping at me. It wants me to turn it off, so I'm going to go do that. Oh, so no, this wouldn't... Natsubami the child's been missing for a week. Did she get into a fight with something? No. Natsubami was wandering around depressed constantly, so it's likely that that child died of depression. No, this wasn't a mod. We were talking about... I mean, if you're talking about modding it, okay, that's different, but this came from the interview with Tarn the other day. And Tarn spoke, or I asked Tarn if it would be a theoretical possibility if we could see goblins get thrown by trolls. This wasn't a mod. We're not talking about a mod that exists. We're talking about, and this is why I try to not speculate about Dwarf Fort, chat. We're not talking about a mod that exists. We're talking about a theoretical idea that has been talked about on the Bay 12 forums a couple of times in the past that I think would be hysterical. That's what we're talking about. We are not talking about a mod that exists. This isn't a mechanic that exists, and this is not something that will even likely make it into the game ever. Okay? Are we on the same page now? I mean, I think it would be funny with a capital I, so there's that. I'm also realizing I need to go through and deconstruct all these because I screwed up and forgot to put floor on them. Look at me wasting time for aesthetic things. Fortunately, I can do it this way. And for some reason, my brain thinks this is faster, even though it's probably not. Certainly not. But I will still do it this way, because my brain thinks it's faster. How do ballista work? Don't bother, is how they work. Just don't bother. Wait until they remake them. I have a tutorial on that if you really need to know. The Incredible Machine? Naturally. As I do when I don't know what to do. And for reference, the plan is tonight, we're going to play a little bit more Goblin Camp. Just for anybody who's wondering. I don't know why I care so much about the tiny little track colors to be the same color, but here I am, making sure they're all the same color. Although... I'm just going to deconstruct this. We'll do this side Dolomite and this side Gabbro. And I'm going to build over this one so that the colors match. Because that's the kind of person that I am. Except this side's screwed up now because of the digging I had to do, but I can fix that with some simple pillars. And I also need to fix this. Because as you can tell, this is kind of fucked up here. Can they get up here right now? No. No, they cannot. Currently is not accessible. Is that a dwarf? Oh, I think that is a dwarf. Sorry, Edsel. That was a dwarf. Nothing is bugged about them. They're simply designed for the game to be 2 dimensions and not 3 dimensions. But nothing is bugged about them. They just haven't been changed since 2008 when they were added to the game, when the game was still 2D. Like 2007 even. Actually, didn't the game become 3D in 08? So yeah, pre-2007. Is there nothing bugged about them? I mean, yeah, they work. I have a tutorial on how to use them. Go watch the tutorial. I just don't want to sit here and spend 20 minutes explaining a mechanic that is largely not worth your time. Currently, I mean, they are... Like, they can be fine in a really long hallway, but I don't like them and don't use them, is how they work. And won't use them until they get updated to work in the current game properly. Worth Butts meets with the Outpost liaison, Sodell, and they say, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes, let's discuss your situation. Marriage deserves a reward. I have come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable you recommend for elevation? What do you think, chat? They look neat as decorations. I like using catapults as like a fun side activity for dwarves to do because they fire boulders. I'm kind of leaning yes. Because we're pretty much set up. Fuck no. Shinobi. Absolutely not. You think Shinobi would be a worthy, acceptable noble? Absolutely not. They fell asleep before a fight. And caused my doctors the need to work overtime. That's not a point of valor. If anything, that's disgrace. Come on, man. The hell? Obviously. I mean, the goblins don't have any demands. Go play Shinobi too if you want to go play Shinobi. Jeez. This is true, Matthew Sanchez. I did say that. So we could make it Worth Butts, the mayor. But I want to check Old Wounds, the dwarf, who's also currently recovering somebody who's wounded. Because apparently somebody's wounded. You dream of mastering a skill. Okay. I have a couple of dwarves who dreamed of ruling the world. I also have a goblin that dreams of ruling the world. Speaking of Shinobi, still in hospital. Is getting evaluated on the 14th. Or, so 4 days ago. You goddamn vegetable. George! You weren't one of them. I don't know why I selected you. Sir Celsus. Why are we recovering wounded? I am confused. Who got wounded? Did a bunch of people get stung by bees or something? Did we have a tavern brawl? You have no health problems. Doc, what the fuck? Am I having a good day, sir? I think so. The most recent version, yeah. Why would I be playing on any other version? Anyway, sorry. Now, the reason I would give it to Worthbot is Worthbot streams of attaining a rank in society. So I could satisfy that need. Also, Worthbutts is a goblin, which means they have no preferences, so they're not going to make demands. I'm thinking we give it to Worthbutts. I think we're going to give it to Worthbutts. They want to know what I request, and I'm just going to say, bring me platinum, damn it. And they're going to bring me, and they're going to want anvils and armor. Well, armor is easy. Alrighty, Gobby. You get to become Mary. May or otherwise. And as far as front door go, well, wagons will fit in here, I think. You need to update your game. Are you playing on like the what's it called? One of the mysterious and exciting alternative ways of playing, such as why am I blanking on the name of itch.io? Also, username I can't read because it's not in English. It's not in the English language. Thanks for gifting us individual membership. I appreciate you. Could just put the trading depot right here for right now. For like next year. That's kind of danger, though. I think the better place to put it would actually be like right here. Maybe right here. Except let's also truck it that way a little bit. And then move them up another level, maybe around here, and then another level up around here, and then have them trading up here somewhere. So we'll build that out slowly, but one thing at a time here. It's not a big priority. Coins? Oh, that's awesome, though. I would be super happy if I had a king requesting coins. Because I would just automate that seasonally and then just never worry about it, but... Because there's so many fun activities you can do with coins. There's so many fun activities to do with coins. If there wasn't many fun activities to do with coins, then yeah, I'd kind of be on the same page as you, but... You thought coins were useless? I mean... Sure. Yeah, we can go with that. Well, here's the thing. Adventure mode mechanics are exactly the same as Fortress mode mechanics. They're also very useful as bullets in Fortress mode. Specifically, if you want to see some pretty epic comedy... I need to move my blinds. If you want to see some pretty amazing comedy, make a stockpile for loose coins in your tavern and then wait for the next tavern brawl and then laugh hysterically. Alexander, well, hello. Thank you very much for gifting a YouTube membership. Appreciate you. I disagree with that, Andreas, but okay. I mean, you can play whatever version you want to play. I mean, shotgun minecarts are fun with coins, but let's just say there's lots of things you can do with minecarts that are maybe not the most immediately logical, but also at the same time very fun. I really like mine. I really like coins. Coins are great. Coins are one of my favorite mechanics in the video game. Alrighty, Celsius. I mean, your dwarf's one of the few still alive from the original name cruise. So that's what I would say for right now. That's how things are going. Stream's going all right, though. No complaints. Hope your day's been good. Oh. I like that the Baron of Minedarch is now the one getting elected. And also re-elected. That's just kind of funny to me. Also, just a small reminder to people. This is a completely crowdfunded stream. We are currently in an ad break. I will unpause the game when the ads are done. But we are $28 away from my daily minimum, which means if I stream for 8 hours, I make minimum wage here in where I live. So if you want to help me hit my daily minimum, we're $28 away from that. Just saying. Which I am counting the YouTube revenue in. So super chats do count towards that. He does. Here, I'll look him up for you. Currently collecting webs. You're very happy. You got 9 notable kills, including a Forgotten Beast, as well as a bunch of elves and 15 rodent men, 1 elk bird, etc. You're a legendary swords dwarf. I think both your kids are dead. Tuber Sheezy. Although do note that I do a little bit of math because YouTube money pay, like, in my thing pops up as Canadian dollars, not US dollars, so that's probably a little bit more than $5, although YouTube keeps a massive percentage of that. Brackensole, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. We'll get there, though. Appreciate you, Tuber. Where do I live? Well, I used to live in Vancouver, Canada. I know I live in Victoria, Canada. Sorry, I only moved at the beginning of this month, and that's going to take a little bit of getting used to still. I usually mess with the labor screen at the beginning and then don't mess with it anymore. I very rarely specialize dwarves because you don't need to, and I find stuff's more efficient if I don't. Like, it's one of those things that I'm genuinely convinced that the labor screen wouldn't even be a thing that was shown if people didn't ask for it. Like, it doesn't need to be there, really. It's something that players want and not something that's really all that beneficial to the player. Okay, so we're getting there. Let's just... I'm not going to power up the last one because the last one's kind of like a possible expansion option if I decide I want it. Oh, wow. We're lucking out again. Just missing that there aquifer. You just bought a house. Okay, I know that feeling, Brackensole. I know that feeling. Don't worry. We're just trying to hit the minimums here. Like I always say, you don't need to, I don't need everybody giving, I don't need a bunch of people to give me $100 a day. I just need 100 people to give me $150 a day. It's a team effort. So thanks for taking part in the team effort. I mean, it's that or you guys just get a shit ton of HelloFresh ads and nobody wants that. I'm like just north of one of your friends. Do you have a friend in Port Alberni? Also, I have to say that I'm finally earning my gray hair because yesterday I was reading the local newspaper while drinking coffee at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, wow, I'm old. I finally graduated. I've earned the gray hair that I've developed over the years. With the shallow clay, it means that there's clay in like the first 10 to 15 Z levels. Some sort of usable clay that could either be made into clay or porcelain. Yeah, I would say that the labor screen is largely unnecessary unless you're super picky about values of things. Like, occasionally you'll see me open this up and, like, reassign some stuff, but I don't spend a lot of time in here because I don't see the reason to. Largely, I don't want tasks to be super specialized because then you have to specialize every dwarf or you end up with dwarves that are upset because they're overworked. And I find that generally dwarves are less happy if I over-specialize, so I just kind of don't most of the time. Yeah. A dorkish vial of darkness has arrived and are seeking a perle. Let's see how big their army is. Oh, it very much is a genetic thing. Going gray early. But also stress can impact it. It's funny, my older sister, who's 3 years older than me, was like, I'm starting to go gray, and I looked at her, I'm like, do you dye your hair? And she goes, no. I'm like, you have, like, a gray streak. I'm, like, 60% gray. And I'm 30. So. It's not quite ready to turn on, but the Aching Terrors, what a good name. But I do have some time here. So we can just focus solely on this. The problem that I'm a little concerned with here is power. Because the power draw on this is going to be pretty large. Actually, that one doesn't matter currently. This one does. And this one does. I don't know how many rollers I have, so let's just hope that we have enough. Oh. Okay, actually this one I can't power up because it's not connected, but this one I can. Let me just double check though. Oops. Yeah, okay, so I can power all the way up to here right now. The rest are all just under construction currently. Let's go to there. I'm being strict about color choice here. If I run out of mechanisms, that may pose a problem, but ideally here we don't run out of mechanisms. But we'll just do one at a time, so if I do run out of mechanisms, then oh well. Also building more of these than I will need currently, which is fine. All right, let's let them work on that. Let's go down here, grab you, go up, max speed. Was that a platinum chain I just used? Nope, it was the right one. Oh, I need to wait for the rollers to be built. For anybody who's wondering, the platinum chains are for the prison. I could at minimum get 2 of these set up. Okay, well, let's see what happens here. Okay, so currently I have this minecart here, which is a steel minecart, which means I'm going to need to make at least 2 more track stops, maybe 3. But I need to see what the power draw is on this first. I also need to go here and go vertical bars. Or no, vertical grates. Oh shit, we're making fancy grates. Look at that. We're encrusting all these grates. How great is that? I'm gonna need to make more mechanisms, so I'll just go queue up more. Let's just queue up 50. And also I need to go down to where my mechanic shops are, which is all the way the hell down here, I think. Yeah. It's very far down. What are we doing here? This is where my Gabbro deposit is. Not much. Zavi, yourself? No, they're waiting for us to finish deliberating, I would think. They also didn't send a very large army, so I'm a little bit offended. Just a little bit, not particularly offended, just a little bit offended. You know, comfortably offended, if you will. And I also have to hope that I did all of these in the right direction. Because if I didn't, well... That's not super swell now, is it? Okay, so then I can do one more here. Two of these, one of those. I'm going to run out of chains too, aren't I? Which means I'm going to need to make more steel chains. The reason I'm doing these in steel is on the off chance that I decide to set this whole thing on fire. I won't have to rebuild at least part of it. I know that that's... It's kind of funny when you say it out loud, but it's like, well, I mean, on the off chance I have to set this on fire. That's not exactly ideal, right? Okay, so how many am I going to need, Jesus? 30? You hadn't seen in a while? Well, there you go. I mean, visiting friends you haven't seen in a while is definitely a priority that you should put above watching my silly streams. But I appreciate you for tuning in to some Dwarf Fort on this fine Tuesday. If this is this, I don't know, is this a fine Tuesday? I presume this is a fine Tuesday. Speaking of fine Tuesdays, I've got a child I got to memorialize, which I did way back at the beginning of the stream. There you go. Natsubami, who unfortunately passed away. Where's the fire lever? Right next to the water lever. And it's currently pulled, I think. Yeah, it's this. This is the power lever. Although I'm going to make another one, which is going to probably have some sort of silly name, like open the blast doors. Fire the mine carts. And then this is gonna be open the blast doors or something. I don't know. The fun lever. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna call it the fun lever because I need it to be a little bit more descriptive than that, but you can refer to it as the fun lever if you like. Do I do exploratory mining? If so, how? By digging. And yes, you kind of have to. I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, like, I sometimes will dig around in the caverns along the edges of the stalactites and then smooth and fortify to look through, but, like, I don't know what you mean by exploratory mining. You just kind of discover stuff by digging. Hey, chat. I'm seeing a lot of diamond in my chat, which is great. Diamonds are valuable. But diamonds aren't forever. So how was your week? What have you been up to? Did you get up to anything exciting this weekend? So I'm going to place one there. Rail gun 01 S2 slot 2 is kind of what I'm thinking of. And this one is going to go right there. And it's also going to remove all these. And it's going to have... Think about just chucking the steel mine carts on here for starters, because I have so many of them, and they'll do just fine. And I only have 4 platinum bars right now, so... And then I can go one at the top. Because they won't make it across if I put them anywhere else. We'll call this one Rail Gun 01 S3. So until I power the other side, I don't think I can feasibly have more minecarts on this. This thing requires 219 power right now. And how much is the rest of it generating when I turn the thing on? Okay, so we're still within the power draw limit, so I can make 2 of these. Problem is I won't really be able to reorder them. I'll just number them as I make them. Then you can also go steel minecart. Then one at the end here. Right there. And we're going to throw another steel minecart on here. Get rid of these. And then go up to here. I might be able to fit one right there, but I don't want to do that without testing it. And then this will be Rail Gun O2 S3. Yep. There will be some later, yes. That is the plan. Unless everybody tunes out before then. At which point, then I will, you know, go work on other things. So, you know, keep your eyes peeled on the dwarfs. Because, you know, at the end of the day, like, if nobody's watching the show, then there's no reason to keep the show live. But, ideally, people keep watching the show. I also enjoy that game a lot. I don't want to just play it off stream. Let's go down to the bottom of this and see if I can make this a few Z levels deeper. Let's also go all the way up here. Make sure that's all filled in. I think you have a dwarf, Zalvi. Yes, you do. What would you like me to do with that? Refund it or give it to somebody else? I guess you want to pass it to somebody else. Feel free to select somebody, but try to keep the mini games and contests to a minimum. Just pick somebody. Otherwise, things get complicated. Some people like to be a little silly with it, which is fine, but... Hey, chat, if you don't have a dwarf right now, press beer. Okay, so I will have a total of 2 viewers when I play Goblin Camp right now, based on the current statistics. People just gotta tune in when I play the game. It's that simple. So as long as people don't tune out and I'm at 80 viewers by the time I would switch over, then, you know, we'll play some Goblin Camp. It's pretty simple. I would prefer that we focus on the game that we're currently streaming. Orc with a bow, okay? Because this isn't gonna really change what happens in the next 6 hours. Because we're still playing Dwarf Fort. We've only been playing Dwarf Fort for like, what? 2 hours now? Not even. Yeah, maybe 2 hours. We've got at least 4 hours of Dwarf Fort left. So, watch the thing you're watching. But UK and need to sleep. It's not my fault you live somewhere called Uck. Maybe you should live somewhere named Yum. I can't help you there. What am I supposed to do with that information? That being said, I'm not here to yuck your yum. If you want to live somewhere named Yuck, then that's your prerogative. So you're giving it to Drakensol? Drakensol want Dwarf with beard. All right. We'll also double this up. The first person in the YouTube chat to type in a beard person emoji 3 times gets a dwarf as well. That's for YouTube chat. So Zalvi is gifting a dwarf to Drakensol. Rock and roll. Enjoys being in crowds and can be very single-minded. Doesn't seek out excitement and is slow to anger. Doesn't handle stress well and is trusting and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and can be grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and there's a sheep in my hallway. He tries to return favors, and he tends to do things correctly each time. He doesn't cling to ideas, is hoping to changing his mind. He's hoping to change his mind, sure. And is currently more rude and generally more fearless, and is currently more confident, and he is currently more shameless. He is currently less private, and currently more thoughtless, and bites his nails when he gets bored. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he personally finds maintaining skills a silly, fumbling waste of time, does not particularly value the truth, and dreams of a great work of art creation, yes. And likes native gold, lead, and yellow jasper, maple wood, giant jaguar leather, and the color spruce, and I don't know why I'm burping. Backpacks and amulets, and cows for their hunting moose, and giant desert tortoise. Giant desert tortoises for their longevity, and the words of the amethyst of iron and the sound of the laces of... I keep losing my plot. What? I keep dropping the plot, chat. And prefers to consume hagfish and guava wine and absolutely hates oysters. Worships the god of death, has 3 friends in the fort, which is pretty consistent. Is a member of the Order of Dust, who worships that same god, and is interested after having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. Thanks for sticking around and watching the stream, you know? The thing, I'll say this one last thing about Goblin Camp. Goblin Camp is on the docket if stream goes long. Stream goes long if chat is active and the numbers are decent when I would switch games, which is usually around 6 to 7 hours into a stream. So that's all. Like, I figure that out when we get to that point. So it is on the docket and could happen today, could happen tomorrow or the day after. But it's dependent on how busy the stream is at that point. If there's very few people talking and everybody's gone to bed, that's fine. It's a weekday. I get it. But it's entirely up to what traffic looks like at the time. Because otherwise, my time, because like when I hit about the 7 to 8 hour mark of a stream, I have an option. It's a very simple option. I can end stream and go edit, work on YouTube stuff, or I can keep streaming. And I will do the thing that is more financially and business sensible at that time. There is zero input that you guys can have on that. It's just, I will do whatever is smarter at the time. On your current fortress, you're trying a new grid setup where the fortress is equally large to the levels high room. And the dwarves live in these 21 by 21 squares with 16 rooms each, and each square is separated by 4 wide hallways channeled from the level above, and workstations exist above, etc. And each hallway is floored with grates and flowing lava. That sounds cool. Sounds visually effective. Basically, just saying that you'll watch it like doesn't really, it's not going to affect anything. I know that you guys will watch. It's all good. Shinobi, the dwarf I do not care about and hope dies. Have you still can't grasp and can stand now and is walking around on crutches? Nope, is crawling around. And so thus is getting ejected from the military because, I don't know, you're going to become the village idiot most likely. 'Tis a shame. Actually, do you still have that spear equipped? Hold on. No, so they did rip the spear out of your hand. But yeah, no, they've got permanent spine damage. So get out of the military, and we'll give somebody else an opportunity to train for a little bit. Actually, 2. I've got a lot of novice fighters. And let's get them training. Just see. Are these set? I think they are. You are. The lower one ain't. Nah, it's all good. It was a good little story, man. Don't ever worry about sending walls of text. Walls of text is good. It just means you've got a lot to say. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Today I learned placing something on a ramp makes it roll backwards quickly. I feel kind of dumb. I should have known that. Although, which one here is the one with the gold minecart on it? All right, well, let's just redo all of these then. I'm going to have to probably redo these a few times. But, c'est la vie. I could actually just forbid these ones, because they'll stay where they need to be, but it's better to just reassign them. And then let's do this side. I also think I placed one of them in the wrong spot anyway, so it doesn't matter. Rail fun! Doesn't take too long, thankfully. Although I renamed the wrong thing here. Okay, so then I can just go into these. Although actually I don't think I need to get rid of these. I just don't want a dwarf to try and push it somewhere and then not. Okay, so now you Steel, you. Where's that gold one? I think I already assigned it, maybe. You're currently rolling. Well, that's good. What's the cart setup for? There's a siege. I want to make the goblins unalive themselves, is what they're for. But we're getting close to it being able to function. I just got a few more things I got to connect. Let's just go rollers up. And rollers down. All right, that should be the whole thing more or less set up. And I could try and do this one real quick. While the ads are running anyway. Okay. So then the one other thing I gotta do is I gotta go to this, which I think, did I not hotkey that? Oh. I guess I didn't. Opens the blast doors, which is gonna go down into here, which I already linked to these ones. You, and then you across here, you, and oh my god, you. So when all of this is done, this sucker will be good to go. What do you think, chat? Do you think it's going to work? While the dwarves are setting things up, I will set up this, which will be Railgun S3 or O3 S1, which we'll get rid of these. Right there. Then I need this up here to be done. Thank you, Cell says I need it. Is this a spiritual successor to the FAMP? So the FAMP is a fully automated minecart. What was it? Minecart cannon, basically? I can't remember what the P stood for. This isn't launching anything. This is using this is more of an automated railgun. But like, chat was calling it a particle collider earlier. And by earlier, I mean in the previous stream. It's not quite a particle collider. Yeah, it might have been... yeah, well... Yeah, I don't know exactly how to identify this sucker, to be honest with you. So the reason this is taking so long to build is Dwarf here has to go all the way down to the basement to gather up these mechanisms. It's like a fully automated goblin minecart or goblin launching system, maybe. So fully automated FA, goblin launching, GL system? S? Fully automated goblin launching system? But it's not really a cannon per se. Goblin accelerator, mayhaps? Oh, you were commenting 15 minutes. See, this is the problem with like the convenience of how YouTube system works. YouTube chat is, if you guys are commenting 30 minutes behind, then what? Part of the reason why I don't interact with the YouTube chat as much is I'll see people commenting on things that I said like the better part of an hour ago, like relatively consistently. You know, also that looks like a bad acronym, so maybe we shouldn't say that one. Fully automated baddie launching system. Fabbles. We could call it a fabulous. Fabbles for short. Although it certainly sounds like a Silicon Valley startup. Fabulous. Yes. Stratosphere. Gonna dig around this anyway. Actually, why don't I just solve my problems for me? Yes. Just trying to get this a little bit lower. Oh yeah, baby was born. Lovely. Okay, so they came in early winter. It's now midwinter. If you're wondering why I'm smoothing these, it's so that they're harder to climb. I'm like just skirting this aquifer. It's kind of funny, actually. I'm like quite impressed. Into a snazzy pit there. Yeah, although the pit's not going to be that snazzy this time around. So it may just be knocking them into a pit. Although eventually it's going to be a very sharp pit. Man, I'm still missing the aquifer. But first I need all of these mechanisms to be linked. Which is taking way longer than I want it to, but hey. Uh-oh. What? What? Hold on. Are you telling me there's a rodent spearman in my basement bedrooms? That just murdered somebody in their sleep? What was your name? But where is it? Oh, did they stealth all the way into here? Oh, that's intense, man. Yeah, they did. Holy fuck. That is cool. Sorry. I shouldn't be excited about the fact that they just murdered one of my dwarves without me seeing it, but that is way too cool. Holy shit, man. Yeah, look at... Hot damn, dude. Sorry, moments for your loss. Gotta clear them with the dwarves, though. Also, shoutouts to the dwarf that is carrying 2 babies whilst fighting. Which one is you? Oh no, maybe it's... Oh, I see. Well, I mean, you did just drop one of them.
Over here, he has a sword.
Although you've just grown up to being a dwarven child, so they're not carrying 2 babies now, just 1. We did lose 3 dwarves in that, but I don't know, that's too cool. Also, I can totally throw some bedrooms into the, or some cabinets into these, because I've been encrusting cabinets for forever. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways, where was that? I should have plenty of tombs available for them, so it's not a huge issue. Did I make them nice and shiny? What, the gems? Or the... which part? The furniture? Yeah. So when this is done, they will pull the lever. So probably what I should do, actually, is I should enable the burrow. Or at least get the dwarves prepped and ready to enable the burrow. Got a dwarf that claimed a forge. Hey, chat, do me a huge favor. If this button disappears, yell at me if I don't notice. I'm checking it, but, like, when that disappears, the enemy siege has started. Sneaky rodents, yeah. Need some guard dogs down there or something. I should really station my animals close to there. All right, because this is gonna take a little bit of time. Chat, I gotta take a leak. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere any fast-ish. Gotta be. So I just saw something that's probably a nightmare for many homeowners, but I think is kind of funny. The building next door to me is an office building. It's a older building that's used as an office building. And I need to make a Baron's Quarters, but we'll do that after the siege is over. And the funny thing is there's a tiny little hole above one of the windows, and I just saw a chickadee come out of it. While this, like, leaving my bathroom, I, like, looked out the window and just saw a chickadee come out of the wall, which is adorable. But man, I'm happy that's not my building. Shout out to the Olivine Forages. Yeah! It's Olivine and, whatever these are. Quartzite? Olivine and, I can't read that. Periclase? I think I bought those. A chickadee. It's a type of bird. These little guys. I think they're adorable. I don't know about you. So, you know. Cute little birds. All right. I'm also going to open up the window a little bit more now, because I can. It's like a colorful sparrow. They have a very, very distinct call, which sounds like their name. They're one of those birds that's like, they sound like the way the name they is. We named them the way they sound. Like a chick-a-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee at like weird hours of the night. I quite like the sound of them because they remind me of home. They remind me of where I grew up very much so. Nature is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, when they don't live in your walls. You won't steal your damn wheelbarrow? No, they're too small to do that. I mean, they're about this big. Like, they're palm size. They're very small birds. I would like to know why this rabbit keeps fighting with random wild animals, though. Another pig iron crossbow? My god. The weaponsmith has created Echelon Lashed, a pig iron crossbow, and offers it to the dead pillars. I will chuck it in with the rest. You're a big loon fan? Ah. I too am a lunatic sometimes. I also like having dollars in my pockets, so big fan of loons. I'm a big fan of the tits, the bird, because it's a command in this chat. ! Tits. Which, you know, joke as old as time. Lol indeed, Dolus. Lol indeed. It's good to see you, mate. Well, there's also a hole in the bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. Okay, so worst case scenario, I suspend all these. You know, probably didn't need to do all of them all at once. The fish run? Breast? Does somebody have the username Breast? I don't know what Champions League. Is that a League of Legends thing? I'm presuming it's a League of Legends thing. Oh, did the Forgotten Beasts finally find each other? Oh, that's exciting. Well, one of them is a pile of bits. I think it was the one that was made of flames. It appears that the fire-breathing burb killed the other one. And also, the fire-breathing burb, we shouldn't tell it this, but it does have a direct route into my fortress. Don't tell it, chat. That could be bad. Because otherwise I could just totally fly in. I don't know how to deal with that, actually. Just kind of hope it doesn't, maybe? I guess what I really should do is just hope I get every single one, and then quit chopping down the trees here. I think that's all of them. Well, the dwarves are coming to do it, so be quick. Or be dead. Nope, I'm missing one. In the wise words of the Iron Maiden. So if there's suddenly fire everywhere, we know we have a problem. That's generally a pretty good sign that we have a problem, but... I hate Shinobi already. Cancel store-owned item. Reason 2 injured. I may just have to, like, forbid them from having a bedroom. Uh-oh. Zas, the carpenter's been found dead. What? Oh. Wait. Where is this beast? No. No, it found another way up. This is a bit of a predicament. Wait, there's a... Hold on, what? No, here's the thing. This is just... My fortress is just open to the caverns down here. But, like, the rat... The rats definitely just walked in. Oh, are you coming through there? But yeah, no, like, this is just straight up open to the fortress. It's been that way. So I wasn't too surprised the rats came in. But the rats came from this cavern layer, so that's why it wasn't a problem. This guy was in the layer below. There ain't much I can do there, guys. I understand that this is a shame, but there really ain't much that I can do. I kind of wish there was. But outside of just lock the door, well, actually, yeah, no, even. Outside of just lock the door, there ain't much I can do. I guess what I can do is I can go to this layer. Yeah, thanks, game, I know. And turn on the burrow. Which also means my construction for the trap is going to stop. Although, ooh. Here's what I can do. Everything below here, I'm going to disable. I do actually have preparation for this, sort of. It's not very good preparation, but I do have preparation for this. In a way. You see. It's also not too hard to fix and remake this. Okay, well, this can all be in the burrow. Same with down D here. Because as far as I know, that's the only real issue area. If there happens to be stuff around here, they can still do this. You've been hooked up. You haven't, you haven't, you haven't. Have you? Yes, have you? Yes. Okay, so I can just deconstruct. Oh, we've made good progress. They may be able to get that. So where's this beast at? So hopefully, I can just lock this. I can lock these. And I can lock this. While it can break the doors down, hopefully it chooses to just go up. There goes a chicken. Oh my god, that's gonna be a rebuild. Come on. Although we do have a small possible issue. Actually, several. One major one. There goes Tosid. I'm going up right now. It's going down, but one of two things could happen that could be very good for us. It could go for my animals here, and I could lock it in with the animals. And then it'll be able to fly... Well, actually, no, it'll be able to re-enter there. No, it won't. It'll be able to fly up to here. And that would be it. So that could be good. The other thing that could happen is it tries to leave, which would also be fine. So let's see where it goes. Actually, what I need to do is I need to go up to here. I need to pull this lever, like right now. Anybody who's underneath it, too bad. No, don't do it, Dwarf. Don't do it. You're gonna... Okay. Maybe you can go be a hero, Dwarf. Adil, the spouse of Ice Blue. Also, we're out of booze, apparently. I'm not actually sure how that happened. Oh, I know how that happened. It all just burned. Alright, well, hold on. Do I have any non-stuff around that I could turn into booze? Because all my access to everything just... Yep, nope, everything just is no longer accessible. Well, that's good. That's great. Great. Where is Beast at? Time to panic? I don't know about time to panic. Beast dead? Did one of my Hammerlords become an absolute friggin' hero? Oh my god. Who got it, though? What was your name? Snow. But did you die? So what must have happened is it must have fought him down here. And because he fought him down there... Oh, do I not have any Hammerlords left? Oh no, he must have died. So, because whoever that dwarf was... Was it you that I was following? Because there was somebody I was following. Yeah, okay, so you didn't die. You didn't fight with it. But somebody did. And whilst fighting with it, they managed to fight it in water, which, if you don't know, completely dismisses all concern of fire, because it just makes all the fire immediately evaporate, right? And turn to steam. Or the water evaporate and turn to steam, which gets rid of the fire in the process. So whoever killed it is a goddamn hero. Holy shit. Like, holy shit. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make another burrow. No, we'll just re-expand this one. It's fine. Feeling lazy. I mean, definitely annoying, but hey. That could have been 1,000 times worse. Like 1,000 times worse. Okay, well, I say we just start this sucker up. I mean, is anybody still linking that? No. So there's some ads that... Oh my god, there's a new sprite here. Holy shit. When did they add that? I mean, you guys can see this. Well, that's kind of dope. Big fan of that. Look at that. They used to just disappear. See what? So this is an open grate. This is a steel wall grate with a mechanism attached to it, and it's shown as open. Previously, they would just vanish if you attached a lever to them and then pulled it. I just don't do it very often, so I have no idea when that was added, but that's cool. I'm here for it. Anyway, we're set up and ready to go. I just need to deconstruct these, basically. So once the ads are done, we'll worry about the dwarves after the fight's over. Oh, didn't I lose power from the burn-in? Duh. Yeah, no, you are very much correct. Thankfully not that much burning, but... Where the heck was that even powered? Now I'm not seeing it. The hell? So it was one of the bigger wide open areas, wasn't it? It was like above here? Oh, there it is. Oh, I see why I'm not seeing it. All right, well, fortunately, I only need to connect 2 of these, so this will be pretty easy to complete. I'm just not going to worry about wood type. We'll just do whatever's closest. Unrelated, but there's a bunch of livestock in my water vent. So, you know, how much stuff is being put in tombs? Quite a bit. I'm also just going to go into the caverns because I'm not sure what happened to my farming, but I'm just going to do this. This will fix it. So anybody that's been missing for a week needs to be... Well, actually, I'm just going to memorialize everybody. How many slabs do I have? Not enough. So let's just do rock slab and say 25. Do I still have my Baron? I hope so. Yes, I do. We're good. We're good there. Wow, he's actually satisfied with his stuff already? That's nuts. Did I really, like, make your study in tomb valuable enough? That's kind of insanity. I also never put a minecart on this one, so I just got to attach one more minecart anyway. I also need to go down to the bottom of this. Deconstruct that. As dwarves just keep popping up dead. Elfie Bean was found dead. Oh no! Or has been missing for a week, rather. Not found dead. Well, we lost the captain of the guard. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. Let's actually just erase these. It continues. No one is fighting currently. It's my livestock in the, what's it called? In my drain. My livestock are currently fighting with each other because they're stuck in my water chute. Oh. Well, I don't quite have enough lead. This should be enough. Sometimes I clear notifications too quickly, but I am reading them. Okay, so now I just need to get all of this lead built in here. And I need to get this blocked. Probably just block it with a wall. Or maybe a door and then lock it. Let's just do a door and lock it. Lanix has been missing for a week, the Hammerlord. Oh my god, Lanix must have been the one that got it. Lanix, you fucking hero. The ill. Metal speaker the ill. Speak of no metal, you ill beast. Definitely had a license to ill, that much is for known, or for sure. You know, I was thinking about doing spikes down here. Counterpoint. How about instead of doing spikes, I just do minecart blenders? Like just actual minecart blenders. Because that wouldn't be that much power. And just have those spinning down here. So they get knocked off of up here and then fall down into more minecarts. Yeah, see, it's literally just that's my livestock fighting with this. But I guess what I should do to stop this would be select this and remove this back corner so they stop getting pulled down in there. Also kitchen. Oh, I am cooking plump helmets. Well, that explains it. I'm for once running into the issue of cooking plump helmets. All right. Well, let's just sorry about the delay on this. I feel like this should be moving quicker, but I'm doing what I can with the tools that I have at the time. Oh, also I think my Fluxstone minecart got burnt. Also, did I lock and leave doors locked? I did. That may be why things are stuck. That explains a lot. I was like, why are these gerbs not getting done? It's very simple, turns out. At least these are getting done. These are getting done. But yeah, without, you know, going out of my way to explain this to you guys, simply put, I kind of intentionally make my forts dangerous because I think it's fun. So, a random dwarf? Completely random? You positive? Well, I'm trying to think what would be better. Blenders or spikes? Because I would just attach spikes to a minecart switch to make them go up and down. I can't decide what I want more. Them to have to walk out through spikes or have to walk out through blenders. Regardless, if one of my dwarves falls down there, then they're just going to turn into red paste. But just completely random. All right. Oops. Your Besmer. It's the Besmer I can do, sir. Juju is a adequate weaponsmith and a sweet pod planter, apparently. Also, why is there a bolt in the middle of this? You are completely convinced, completely unmoved by art or beauty, or the beauty of nature, and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is very impolite, and he is confident under pressure. He is stubborn, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he occasionally takes offered gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual and dreams of mastering a skill. Personally sees war as a useful means to an end and dreams of mastering a skill. I should put you into the Marks Dwarf squad, although they're not training yet, so. He likes graphite and lay pewter, as well as milk opal, the color lavender. The color lavender blush, battle axes, bins, in the words of the tenebrous wisps, and the sound of the laces of silk. And when possible, prefers to consume mosquito, cave lobster, and carrot wine, and hates snails. He worships Legan Dag and is not a member of a religion. I'm actually not positive what religion that is. Does have some passing acquaintances whom don't live here. And was a previous member of the Dead Pillars and the Divine Arrow. Interesting. Welcome to the fort. Something I do miss from version 47, you used to be able to click on the name of a god and just get their entire history within the dwarf's description, which I miss pretty dearly, actually. They're attacking me. Did you see that? They're attacking. Thankfully, I was able to get all these minecarts onto here. The question is the power layer hooked up? It is. The other question is it generating enough power? I guess now we find out. Wish us luck, chat. What about Ballista? What about Ballista? What about Zoidberg is the real question. I would use Ballista if I thought that they were useful. I find them to be very annoying and not particularly useful. What? Eh? Why that dwarf run away so quick? Is there a hole in the wall? What? Oh, is it forbidden, maybe? Oh, this isn't currently in the burrow. Okay, well, whoops. That is, though. Why isn't this in the burrow? Bizarre. But why did that dwarf run away? That's very concerning. Verified while in Oh, I've got Windows. I'm an idiot.
Wintersea cheered. X100. Greetings.
Okay, well, we gotta wait until this one gets finished, which means I have to get lucky for them to make it up here without seeing the goblins through down there. Well, this was a very poor design choice on my part. I kind of didn't really clock that. Wintersea, thanks for the $1. Well, they got it pulled. It's okay. Yeah. Hey, Dwarf. I don't think you want this. You may think you want this. But trust me, you really don't want this. I'm sorry. This is on you. You did this to yourself. I know it's a shame. You're gonna die too young. If you're lucky, you may get dropped down here and then be able to just simply hide. But I'm not too hopeful at this exact moment. So I'm gonna say good luck, Dwarfus McGee. May your life hopefully not end unexpectedly. I mean, very expectedly, actually. What? This dwarf... I was gonna say this dwarf is earning his pay, but... Okay, let's see if this goblin makes it. Come on, move. You got it. You got it. Yes, yes. Oh, come on. So there is a problem here. You guys see the problem? It's kind of letting them in. But okay, well, I mean that's fine. Just you're not going to live much longer. That's fine. However, I do need to forbid all of the bits of that dwarf. Well, I mean, we're calling this a test run, yeah? You know? Here comes the rest of them. That one was just particularly enthusiastic. And I'm going to tell all my squads, that matter anyway, to go stand right here. And do you have gear equipped? Yes, you do. I'm going to tell you to go stand right here. Now, don't be dumb, dwarf, and go this way. If you go that way, that's on you. Okay, what equipment is you be getting? Oh, that equipment? Well, no, you shouldn't be grabbing that, I assure you. I know you may want to, but I assure you that that is a very, very, very bad idea. Okay, hold on. Let me just... I have no idea what equipment they could be going for, but they shouldn't be going for equipment out here. Nor should they be taking this route. Just period. Even. Infected. Okay, well. Enjoy dying, Aerith. Ah! What I need to do is I need to enable forbid dropped stuff. Okay, so what actually are you going for? Like, I can't figure out where they're pathing to because I can't see where they're pathing to. Yeah, but here's the thing. It doesn't really matter if it's a high-cost route because these are already higher-cost routes, right? If this is the only route, they will take this route. I just don't know what they're trying to get to is the problem. If I knew what they were trying to get to, then I could just forbid the item and it would be a non-issue. Because I don't know where they're trying to get to, it doesn't matter. Also, the ones that have already started pathing are going to finish pathing, so Stormwolf's about to die. And there's basically nothing I can do about it. There's basically nothing I can do about it. Because, like, once this dwarf decides, I'm going to go this way and get whatever the thing is, then they're going to go that way and get whatever the fucking thing is. Unless I can get lucky and forbid whatever that thing is. So, goodbye. That's it. So, hopefully whatever it was, they'll stop now. Now, after the collateral damage, we now get to see how the goblins fare. What? That's a decision. Well, this is very bad. Huh. At least you're in a martial trance, George. Let's hope my soldiers are better at dodging than I'm expecting them to be. Sorry, George. That could have been very bad. As for goblins, are they making it through this? Not really. I guess this is the way up that I need to block. I guess this is the thing I need to smooth. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of funny. This is not working anywhere near the way I wanted it to. The dwarves are now on the upper level, and doing the fighting thing. Stormwolf has been found dead. Adil's been found dead. So I need to block these, I guess. I need to block this, and I need to smooth this. Because, like, I don't know. That or we need to go back to the alternative option of simply adding in a drop so that they jump through a thing instead of using the grades. Uh-oh. Medtob, how much of a hero are you trying to be here? Oh, you're on the one that's not actually running right now. Well, that's fine. So where's the rest of the goblins? There's more. Oh my god. Okay, well, I mean, we'll just have to deal with them as they come, yeah? There's only 2 running still, so they're just gonna walk in and jump in, right? I haven't done the science. I don't know, Sage. I don't think that matters. I just need to give them not a way to jump in. At least, well, I mean, this guy's gonna die, so that's good. Like, it's effective, and I know how to fix it. I just have to do it the way I was doing it the first time, not the way I was going to do it this time. It's just gonna make more sense that way. Crane died. Uh-oh. Some of them appear to have made it into the fort, which is, again, not optimal. Man, this fortress just can't catch a break. This poor, poor fortress. I'm just gonna turn this fucking thing off. I do have to say, these dwarves are being absolute heroes, though. Did you just... No, okay. Where are people being found dead now? Actually, who's still in? Okay, so there's invaders turning around, dwarves being found dead everywhere. Tuju was found dead, who was just the last dwarf named. Cybrek was found dead. Old Wounds was found dead. No, I like that dwarf. Stormwolf was obviously found dead for being dumb. Man. Well, chat, there's something you guys need to do. And it's something you guys need to do for these dwarves. Because I think they've earned it. I need you guys to press F to pay respects. We've been through this before. Hopefully we don't need to go through it again. Although we did find some bugs in the system, so that's good. The goblin is like, I made this. The annoying part is that I'm gonna have to rebuild half this fucking thing again. The good part is I now know what I need to change to make it more functional. Which is this system here ain't gonna work. Well, not that it's not gonna work. I'll be able to make it work. That's gonna take some effort. Some rebuilds. I'm gonna have to deconstruct all of this anyway, so it doesn't matter. I could maybe repurpose them into something, but The thing is, I could totally do this the way I was doing it the first time. I was just kind of not fully expecting the minecarts to just launch them in that way. I just have to do it the way I was going to do it initially, which is have them skip a hole and then fly through. It just means I will need to lower the number of total minecart guns, which is fine. Okay, now the problem is all of my dwarf has been found missing alerts are now gone. So, Let's also turn the burrow off. I'm also going to need to go through and deconstruct all these base level pieces anyway. We're recovering wounded. Am I out of tombs? Is that the problem? That very well may be it, actually. Is there more, or are they all gone? It's just the one. You're leaving. Good riddance. All right, well, it kind of seems like I may be out of tombs. Yup. Boys and gents, we are in fact out of tombs. I gotta set up a bunch more. But that's only 23. That's not even enough. That doesn't even cover the last calamity. You're dead. Anyway, hi, Lanix. How are you? That music is good. No, I agree. Music's great. Sorry for the bad news, Lanix. Let's start doing a similar system here. Oh, actually, no, I need to do these further apart. 2 apart. Why am I not doing them 2 apart? You big dumb. Okay, well, seems like I got a ton of dwarves in hospital. Not too many. Thankfully, none of them are my doctors. We got lots of wound dressing going out. We got lots of items getting stored, stuff getting planted, items getting put away. And a were-mammoth has arrived. Well, congrats. Why the hell are you watching Twitch? Go spend it with your partner. Lanix? Jeez, man. Just keeps getting better. It does. I mean, certainly. A were-mammoth CMG operator, Issy Gushinispa has come. A very large mammoth twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both blood and also flesh, which may surprise you. And its eyes glow red. Its dark brown hair is long and shaggy, and you will know why you fear the night. I already fear it. I don't need to know more reasons. Who are you going to go eat? It's a very long tunnel. Doop 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 doop. You're from the realm of griffins? Oh, you must be a human. Doop 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 doop. Oh no! Wait, what? A troglodyte? Well, that was unexpected. Cool. No, you're a goblin. The realm of griffins. Oh, so you must have come from a human faction. That's such a cool name, though. Thanks for killing the troglodyte. You did us a favor. Why did you turn around? No, only briefly. Okay. Good news is my dwarves should all have full sets of gear now. Which they do. Bad news is, once again, my Marks dwarves are all dead. I can't keep my Marks dwarves alive. And also, let's just fill this in so this stops being a problem. And then for this side, you can just dig down one layer. Yeah. You didn't know where mammoths existed in Dwarf Fortress? They do, yeah. Recently, I think everybody learned that they exist because popular YouTuber Hoodie Hair did a video on them. Or did a video featuring them, I guess, maybe the better way to put it. You'll never go beyond one stream in any of Blind's forts as Marks. As a Marks dwarf. I don't know. This fort has been particularly bad for dwarves in general. Normally my body counts are lower than this. But I don't know. I've been kind of intentionally running on the line because, like, people who are watching the stream, you've probably seen me build forts before that are very, very safe. You know, forts that play it very safe, forts that don't take too many risks, forts that generally try their best to not put themselves in the line of fire. However, this is not, in fact, one of those forts. Kind of at all. So personally, this is a bad fort to put your name in. Oh, no. The Atom Smasher is not staying on. I do not have an Atom Smasher in this fort. The goblins are all going into... the goblins are all going into lava. You know, this might be a weird take. Leaf mine in YouTube chat. Or in Twitch chat, not YouTube chat. I don't think there should be mammoths. Because one of my favorite weird quirks of Dwarf Fortress is that there are creatures that don't exist that are discussed in legends. Mammoths are one of them. Griffins are another one. They don't exist. Yet, you see them written about. You see stories told about them, and you see factions named after them. I like that there are creatures that don't exist that are talked about, because then the game has canonical myths. And I think that is really cool, and not enough games have that. So personally, I think that, no, I don't think they should have mammoths. Because mammoths being this weird rumored creature that doesn't exist is cooler that they show up as were creatures once in a trillion years. I think that's way more exciting and way more interesting just as a video game mechanic than them just existing. And scholars talking about them and pondering them. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that there's a little bit of something lost there. Oh. I could just deconstruct these now. But, you know, I mean, not everybody needs to agree with that opinion, but that's my opinion. I actually kind of really like the idea of there being a creature that doesn't exist in the world. Because then it's like this weird mythical, like, otherworldly horror when it does show up, instead of just being, you know, a thing that exists. I mean, there kind of are things like that. Like, how many of you have played Dwarf Fortress and never seen a Sasquatch? Or how many of you have played Dwarf Fortress and have never seen a sea monster? There's plenty of creatures that exist that you never see that many people don't realize exist. It's a weird type of squash that looks like a hairy monkey. And they come from Saskatchewan, Canada. Private parking. Or it's a squash that sasses you. It's one of the two. I really shouldn't be so picky about these, but here I am being picky about these. These are going to be tombs, for anybody who's wondering. Although that last one I can't do. It's too close to the edge. So we'll just get rid of these. Let's just get rid of all that. Did you survive? I don't think so. Oh, no, you did. Shit. Yeah, if you want to do a wellness check on your dwarf, let me know, because the list got longer than I could read reasonably. What? Did I run out of coffins? Wow, you're for real. Okay. Oh. My manager didn't. Meng the weaponsmith. Congratulations. You're now the management. You're now in management. I cannot remember where the manager's office was. So I'm just going to place it right here. You can now be in office and belong to the manager. This was I think this was the captain of the guard's office, but I need a manager real bad. And also a broker, but that's less important currently. Now let's just hope that the manager has usage of their legs currently. You are stressed, but at the very least, you got a new gig. You are, in fact, alive and also thrilled. You seem to be totally fine living here. And also, you kind of want to join the military. Can I put you in the military parking? Yeah, the military is actually probably safer than most. Man, things just keep getting better, don't they? Cavern dwellers. Let's hope that private parking doesn't get here first. You've been dead for a while, or at least your first one was dead for a while. Yeah, you've been dead for a while, Squizzly. Like, not even today. I'm pretty sure you died in, like, the last stream or the stream before. This fort's had some pretty bad calamities. Because I don't think... If you did get a second one, they died too. I can't actually remember. I know you had the first one. The goblin, but yeah, they died a ways back. Likely. Let's just make sure that they're all dead. Apparently I've managed to capture me a... Wait, actually, how the heck were they getting out? Well, that's mild. They can... Oh, I see. Yeah, they were getting in and out this side. That makes sense. There's a Forgotten Beast shell right there. Whew. It's just like a dead goblin in the stairwell. Go figure. You know what's shocking about this fort? Look at the moods. Like, genuinely, that is nuts. How happy the dwarves are right now. Like, how are you fucks so happy? Have you seen what this place looks like most of the time? Like, I get it, but most of you don't even have bedrooms. How are you so happy? What is wrong with you? How are you okay with living here? Maybe it's because I'm encrusting all the furniture with gems. I don't know. Dwarves are easily convinced. I mean, this place is hellish. Oh, hey, look, it's the spear that was stuck in... Nihilist dwarves are happy? I guess so, man. Like, jeez. It's like, I get it. We do definitely have some upset dwarves, like this useless sack of bones. But, like, I don't know, man. I really need to get rid of these windows. They were a nice idea, but they're super impractical. Oh, look, it's a bone dolphin. One of the original hyper-injured dwarves. Let's also deconstruct that. Well, at least we were able to have this set up long enough to learn that wall grates have a new look to them now when they're open. Okay, what are most dwarves doing? Planting seeds, checks out. Let's just set this to only assign do this. So only people with skills in planting plant. I don't need more people planting. You know, we have soap. I mean, honestly, this might sound kind of funny. I think part of the reason the dwarves in this fort are so happy is because during the last major calamity when a lot of people died, I flooded like a third of the fort, which is why there's like mud everywhere, right? Which is kind of icky because mud is dirty and gross. But the benefit here was that, yeah, no, I flooded like half the fort and now there's mud everywhere. But everybody was running up and down the stairs for a good chunk of time in a waterfall. So I kind of inadvertently, like, waterfalled a third of the fort for the better part of half a year. That might be part of it. Even though there was, like, stinky corpses at the bottom, like, that's fine. Hey, Chad, are you enjoying this absurd fortress? It's like throwing... This is what happens when a goblin's in charge. I mean, I'm just telling you. This is what happens when a goblin's in charge. Everything is fine. Waterfall make everything better, pretty much. At least I can bury these ones. So I figured out the issue with skeletons appearing above coffins. It's pretty simple. If you place the skeleton in the coffin before you place the coffin where the coffin's gonna go, then it cancels the other one out, which is a bit of an issue. Oh no, there's a kitten corpse. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna refuse to acknowledge that last statement. Please think of your choice of words a little bit better. Ice Blue, please. Come on, man. Let's keep it dressed in humor instead of distress. What's the best thing to do to make an abundance of leather? Yeah, you butcher animals. Like that, the YouTube chat's response to your question in YouTube chat here, friend from YouTube chat, is the correct response. How do you make leather? You butcher animals. So, let your animals become full grown and then butcher them. Whatever you have. Bigger the animal, the more stuff you get from it. The more leather you get from it, the bigger the animal. So I don't know how else anybody could answer that question, aside from maybe trade for it, which is the other response. If ghosts appear, I will deal with them as they come. What I need to deal with right now is the bodies that are actively everywhere. And everything, and all the time. And yes. And also, all of the dead things are just getting thrown into lava down here. Or, in some cases, the stairwell. But that's fine. Turns out there's a lot of bodies that need throwing away. Yeah, I don't think it's a statement that needs explaining. Chat, can we get a round of beers? You know, there's some things that I don't need to have to explain and you don't need to justify, enemy. Let's just choose your words a little smarter. Also, I'm not the type of person to rewatch movies constantly, so if you're referencing a comedy, even if it's a well-known comedy, I'm not necessarily going to get the joke. So you're going to have to forgive me there. Because I haven't seen that movie since I was like 10 years old. And I don't have 10-year-olds to watch the movie every other week. I keep on thinking I'm hearing like a phone vibrating. It must be like one of the tones in this song. It's like throwing me off. So much of this is literally just... So much of this process is literally just throwing out dead dwarves or dead goblin bits. So many stockpiles being filled. Oh, also I got migrants in the middle of that. So we're back up to 110 dwarves, which is good. Welcome back, Kazoom. How's the fort going? Terrible! How's your day been? Oh, you know, everybody died again. Twice. Speaking of that, the Forgotten Beast, Mesli, has come. A great hairy earthworm, well, at least it'll die easily. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it appears to be emaciated. Its brass hair is long and wavy. It's color brass hair, not its literal brass hair. It's long and wavy. Beware its poison gas. Oh no, it's gonna fart in our general direction. Okay, well, it is in the layer where it can get to us. Probably. You fucking shitting me? I think that may have been where that beast got in. Because, like... yeah, it must have come in through that. It's like that or over here, which... as far as I can tell, I've plugged up. Okay, game. The Forgotten Beast Omi has come. Do you owe me one? Huge noseless rat. Oh, so a normal rat. It has large mandibles. Ew. And it squirms and fidgets. Its pearl hair is long and wavy. Beware its deadly blood. Uh-huh. Well, you're VFOE. Hello, cough. Cough? Am I using any mods? I don't see the point in modding this game. I might start using some mods when the Lua update comes out, but there's really no reason. It just adds more variety, doesn't change how the game works mechanically much. And not in ways I find interesting. I do have DF hack running, but that's not technically a mod. Dwarf clother withdraws from society. Everything's happening all at once. Imagine the rodent men worship this beast as a deity. Or they just, you know, watch that one portion of, what's it called? VHS with Ratma. I can't remember who the actor is in that one, but she's somebody who you'd recognize. Hail Ratma. I should rewatch those. Those are fun. I don't even consider the quality of life stuff to be all that interesting because, like, a lot of the quality of life mods that exist in the workshop, at the very least, that I've seen, I mean, maybe there's some that I haven't, but most of them that I've seen can just be, like, enabled either with DF hack or by simply changing your in-game settings, which I don't, like, as an example, I don't see the purpose of modding the cavern creatures out of the game because you can just change the game settings to nerf them. There's kind of a lot of stuff like that where it's like people will just use mods because they don't know another way, which is unfortunate. The game should explain that stuff better. I really hope you don't have a weigh-in. The one that shows shortcuts. So I've changed most of my hotkeys, so that one is like completely redundant to me. But yeah, if you're not the sort of person to change your hotkeys, then yeah, sure. Makes sense there. Oh yay, the ghosts have started. Moral! The ghostly weaponsmith. Maybe you should do that. I mean, you do what you find comfortable, right? I personally, I found the default controls on a lot of things, like not all of them. I mean, I've left some of them default. But when about a third of your hotkeys are different, it makes, you know, the mod that just puts the default hotkeys on screen a bit quite redundant. So. Why would I want to see a video of somebody getting shot? Orc with bow. Because the way you're saying that, it really reads like you're talking about a video where somebody actually dies in it. Why in the world would I want to watch that? Why would I seek that out in any respect? That seems like something that I would not want to see. So no, I haven't. Why do you ask? That's not what that word means, Ko. Was this a reclaimed fort? Yes. So if you can read them, then you can make them make sense? I mean, I just changed my hotkeys, but... You do you, boo. You do you. I'm just rolling my eyes on your guys' inability to understand how the English language works in context, but you know, it is what it is. It randomly popped into your head? Ah, well, no, I don't want to see a video of somebody getting shot, thanks. Okay, well, good news is I'm caught up for coffins, I think.
This is madness.
I know we're changing the subject, Hobo. That's what we're doing. How you doing, Hobo? How's things, man? No, they do not. The tunnels, if you're talking about like the roadways down below, those are purely an adventure mode feature. They have no functionality in Fortress mode. What do you need? Probably bones? Oh, maybe rough gems. Probably not, though. Fuck you. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Anybody who asks for glass just dies. I'm not gonna do it. I don't have access to glass. I don't. So if you ask for glass, you're just gonna die. I've got, unless you happen to stay until the next traders show up, you're just dead. There's no sand on this map. So quit asking. If you want to die, just go walk into the next siege, please. No. Private parking. We will weed out the dum-dums. Because I have priorities, and it's called platinum. I mean, I could ask the merchants for sand, but this dwarf's still gonna die before then, so there's no fucking point. And I had a bit of sand, but the last two artifacts used it, you know, in the form of raw glass. So I have purchased sand a couple of times now for artifacts. This is like the fourth one. But they used it. It's not possible for an import to be banned by a mandate, Popcorn. Also, my noble can't give me mandates because it's a goblin. But thankfully, imports can't be banned by a mandate. I will buy whatever glass they bring next time. How does this game rank in your favorites? What? Yay! Are you actually asking me that question? That's cute. All right. Do I even have raw glass? No. So it's irrelevant. No point. Yes, you're asking that question. Did Grammy ever become the king of his fort? No. Because I got tired of running that fortress. And Grammy was rapidly going insane, so I stopped bothering. The hysterical concept about that question to me isn't that you asked the question. Asking the question is totally fine. The hysterical concept is the fact that you think that that's even a question. Like, really? Other games don't exist. What? And obviously you should know that because you're watching a Dwarf Fortress stream, so you should realize that other video games don't exist. Whitcode, why in the world would you like to doom your name to be murdered in this fortress soon? What kind of dwarf would you like? I mean, I know you say any dwarf, but do you have any preferences while the game's saving? You got like 10 seconds before I give you a random one. Your Necromancer King learned empathy from seeing his ghost baby. Oh, that's grim. Jesus, dude. But yeah, no, thankfully they don't make other video games, so. I have no capability of answering that question because they don't make other video games. This is the only video game. Sarcasm aside though, I really like Tetris. To me, Tetris is the only perfect video game. Dwarf Fortress isn't a perfect video game, but that's not why I like it. I like Dwarf Fortress because nothing is quite like Dwarf Fortress. It's a very unique video game. I will never, don't ever rank things because ranking is a imperfect science designed to make people click a list to figure out why they either agree or disagree with somebody. There's plenty of games I like. There's plenty of games I love. Dwarf Fortress is a game I love, but I'm not going to give you a ranking because the ranking would change based on the day. based on the feeling that I've had that week and what I've been playing off stream. But I basically don't care about most video games. Asking somebody to rank something is saying, tell me why I agree with you, or don't. It's not really a valid form of measurement. It's just simply low-hanging fruit. That is all. And the goblin runs away in fear. Run away, you thief. Tetris Effect is pretty cool. But asking me to rank things just means you haven't heard this speech before, and now you've heard it. So congratulations, I guess. And we're in an ad break, so I will queue things up, but I won't actually unpause the game until the ads are done. I mean, no, totally. You can absolutely ask for people, like, you can totally ask people for favorite things, but I have this habit, I mean, you could call it a habit if you want, of over-elaborating when it's not warranted. To give you an example, I really like to just over-explain a thought that I have, because it's how my brain works. If somebody asks me a question, and I don't have a reasonable way to answer it, I have two options. I could answer the question in a way that I deem unreasonable and inaccurate to how I feel, or I could simply refuse to answer the question. And in almost all circumstances, I would simply refuse to answer the question, because that is the honest answer. Otherwise, I would be going against how I feel. What you're asking for is you're asking for a feeling. You're saying, where does this rank in your favorite games? I am not humanly capable of ranking my favorite games, because there's too many good video games out there. It's just like when people ask me what my favorite band is. And my response almost always is, right now? Because if you were to ask me that right now, I would probably say Tangerine Dream. But if you were to ask me in about 45 minutes, I'd say something else. And the reason I would say Tangerine Dream right now is that's the last record I listened to that I enjoyed. I also listened to a noise tape that I bought on a lark, and it wasn't very good, so I wouldn't put that one up there. But it highly depends on mood. It's just like, you get somebody to do a tier list of something for YouTube fodder, right? 6 weeks later, you ask them to make the same tier list. Most people would give you a different tier list. Especially unless we're talking about, like, you know, video game characters or mains or whatever. If you're talking about, like, products or items or bands or music or fruits or, I don't know, carrots, they're going to give you a different answer. Oh, I'm a big fan of Tangerine Dream. But some days they're my favorite artist, and some days they're Tangerine Dream. Depends on how recently I've listened to them. How fresh they are in the brain, you know? Okay, so hopefully this will solve this problem. I love this song, speaking of. I mean, I like noise rock. I don't really consider them noise, but I quite like Health. Health is fun. I also like groups like Nod, G-N-O-D. I would describe myself as a fan of Gila Band. which are kind of rock-ish. I don't like calling health noise though. It's a very bad descriptor for noise. Cause like sure they're loud, but I don't really feel like they're more industrial to me than noise. It's just to me it's a bad to me health is more in common with like 9 Inch Nails, which is not noise. But they're like classified as noise everywhere, so it kind of bugs me. Yeah, I don't know. I generally like the more I like more rhythmic noise. Like if you're gonna give me noise, I don't really like harsh noise. That would be kind of the line I draw. Yeah. Now I'm looking up the name of a band because I can't remember it at this exact moment. Melt Banana. I wanted to say Banana Melt, but I knew that was wrong. Melt Banana's good. Human caravan has arrived. Maybe I can save that dumbass dwarf. Raikalu's been found dead. Excuse me? How did that happen? Why did... How? I mean, okay, but like, how? Obviously they fell, but like, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. So much blood. Yeah, I don't go out of my way to listen to noise. Noise is something I usually take a chance on. Noise is pretty hit and miss for me. But when it hits pretty hard. I find that I like noise in combination with other things. Like, I really like noise as part of DJ sets. Like, if someone is doing a club set and there's just like 2 minutes of noise in the middle of that, I tend to really like that. But I think I like it mixed with other things more so than I like it on its own, usually. All right, let's get this pulled. $2005? Yeah, that sounds about right. Was that back when they had a drummer? I would just, okay, so since we're talking about music, you know how there's bands out there that are your favorite, that is your favorite music producer's favorite band, that nobody knows who they are? Dwarf Fortress is kind of like a lot of people's friend who's a programmer's favorite band, but not necessarily one they listen to. Is that a fair comparison for Dwarf Fort? Although I don't program. I'm just a nerd. Because I feel like there's definitely a really dense portion of people who are either just like in the free and open source community because of how long Dwarf Fortress has been around and how long it's been free. You get like a very heavy portion of people who are into that sort of thing. Also the fact that it's tied to traditional roguelikes, which helps. But combine that with like... You guys are going to get mad at me, but I'm going to sell the iron armor. I do think there's a pretty disproportionately high number of people who just like weird systems and software design that enjoy Dwarf Fort. Like people who enjoy Dwarf Fortress academically almost more than they play it. This will be plenty of stuff. I just need to get rid of stuff. Also get rid of footwear. Sell them shoes. I mean, that's fair, Squizzly. That's me with Tarkov. Can't fucking stand playing Tarkov. Game is impossible if you don't have good eyesight. But I enjoy watching people who are really good at Tarkov. Also because the audio design in that game is great. Kind of for the same reason I like Stalker, where I'll just run around in Stalker and like not fight anything. This game is big in the accounting world. What? I mean, it's an interesting connection. What makes you say that? What about space exploration games? That's for science nerds. Like, when I played a lot of Elite, it was a lot of just, like, people who either really liked sci-fi or people who were into, like, space. So very similar to, like, the Kerbal community in a lot of cases. My goblin's been re-elected mayor. Okay, hold on a second. Why did my population drop down by 10 again? Or am I going nuts? No, okay. It wasn't up to 120. It was up to 110. It dropped down by 1 because Lanix died. You missed deep exploration runs in Elite. I wish Elite was a single-player game. I don't know if that's, like, a bad take, but I really wish it wasn't an MMO. I feel like that game is significantly worse for the fact that it's an MMO and would be a better game if it wasn't an MMO. Yeah, but flying an X4 feels like shit. An X4 doesn't have the same amount of, like, galaxy size. Like, it doesn't have the same scale. Or rather, it does. It just has a very different kind of scale. The enjoyment... I genuinely get and have had more enjoyment in Elite just floating around in space and dodging asteroids than I've ever had playing an X game. And I played quite a bit of X3. Not much of 4. I played like 90 seconds of 4. I went, wow, the flying still feels like shit. That kind of exists, private parking. Go play Ymir. Have fun actually playing it, though, because nobody plays it. Also, Whitcode asked for a dwarf, so... let's just give you happiest unnamed, because you said random. I don't think you specified beard. Whitcode, who is currently bringing items to depot, just like everybody, is buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. Dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. Though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She values quiet, or so at least in the abstract, and she is assertive. She is slow to anger and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She has a calm demeanor and she can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and is curious and eager to learn. And tenses up when she's nervous and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. And she has a respect for fairness and sees freedom and independence as completely worthless and is put off by family and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship, but dreams of mastering a skill. She likes native copper and jelly opal, Oriole leather, jaguar parchment, and when possible prefers to consume toad and guava wine. Giant toad and guava wine. And she hates large roaches, so do I. Also small roaches. She worships Burr, has 2 friends in the fort, is a member of the Dead Pillars, of course, us, and the Doctrine of Bronze, which is the most popular religion. Welcome to the fortress, you thou dwarf. I wouldn't say it's a disappointment. It's just not the kind of game I want. Although I'm not really in a place where I'm going to be playing a lot of space games anyway, so my judgments of X4 are maybe not really founded in reality. I'm in a position to be playing Dwarf Fortress and games like Dwarf Fortress and don't really play games off stream much. And the games I do are going to be very short session games and not long session games. So that's kind of a irrelevant point. I don't know what computer you're talking about, Orc with Bow. So I don't know what it would do. I don't know what video you're talking about. I guess I don't watch the same type of content as you. So I have no idea if the game would even run better or run worse. It very well may just run worse. All right, moving on, Raikalu. Just like your dwarf, those roaches went splat. I'll buy all that raw green glass, so I don't need to worry about this. But I will be irritated with those dwarves forever. I love how the humans just bring large clothing. Do you not know that we're dwarves? How are we supposed to wear that? I will buy those fancy blocks, because why not? And the cut gems, because why not? Did they bring books? Ah, they did. They brought a mortar? They better have brought a pestle. Hold on a second. Why is that so fucking expensive? Yeah, no thanks. Too rich for my dwarfs. No codexes? Really? Come on. I'll gladly take your cheese, though. And these, and these, and these, and these, and that, and this. Trade. Yay, they actually took it, even though it was yellow. Well, that's cool. There's still a few more items that need to be brought over. I have no idea. I have a question, Quendelv. Do you keep notes of every fort like that? Because I have no idea what's the most loot. I once explored a fort in adventure mode that had like 1,000 books in it, and they're all in one pile, which was interesting. But I don't really keep notes like that. And I also barely ever reclaim forts, so.
Hell yeah.
I'm sure it did, but I have no interest in going back to it, Morphing Jar. Like I said, it's not really a valid criticism. It's just not a game for me. It was at one point in time, at one point in my life, but isn't anymore, and that's fine. I don't need to go back. I'm good. Nah, I don't need that. I'll buy those instruments, though, because they're pretty. Andromeda, speaking of space, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. Here's to 6 more. Cheers, chat. I mean, if I streamed space games, then sure, why not? But I don't. I don't have anything against X4, but when I played it, I didn't like the flight model, which was when it launched. Dominoc, thanks for the tier 2 for 28 months. Also for 6 months, I think. Thank you. Jack, can I get a round of beers? For both of those resubs. I'll say this, Quendelf. If you get to a point where you've played tens of thousands of hours into this game, stuff just starts to run together after a while. And so because of that, I don't really have an easy way of like looking up any of that info, and I have no idea. Like, I've got so much time in this game at this point that, like, some things I don't even clock as, like, new. Or rather, as things that other people may not have seen before. Which is maybe bad, actually, now that I think about it. Probably impacts my ability to explain this game in some cases. Or, like, my concern as to whether or not I should be explaining why something is happening to people. Because to me, it's like, oh yeah, well, that's expected. And then chat's like, what? So migrants have arrived despite the danger. Yeah, exactly. Why in the hell are the migrants arriving? Why would you come to this godforsaken place? This place is a frickin' wasteland, man. I need better food storage. Way better food storage. Because this ain't enough food storage. I think I'm just going to go right here and just make some food storage. Maybe even just move the whole kitchen into here. It's like I got enough food production. I need some food storage. I want to say this was going to be food storage, and then it became a hospital for reasons. I needed a hospital, okay? Perfect. That'll do it. That would be very perplexing. I have a question. How would I know how much playtime I have on the ASCII version? I played the ASCII version from on and off from 2009 until 2017. Then I played pretty consistently from 2017 until the Steam version launched. And I don't know how many hours I have from those days. So if you set a timer for every game that doesn't have an hour counter and let it tick, and then pause it when you're done playing, then you would know. If I were to do an estimate, I would say probably pre-Steam. Like if we're talking about streamed hours, probably the pre-Steam ASCII versions, like version 44, probably through version 47, I probably have more hours. But I don't actually know. How's it going today? It's going. It's going. Usual shenanigans. Some unusual shenanigans. Too many dwarves have died. Life goes on. Speaking of. You like the bedrooms that are separate and have stairs? I'm really irritated with them because I haven't finished them yet. I've been too distracted with, like, stopping this fort from collapsing into flames. But, you know, they do look nice. This is one of my favorite styles of bedrooms, I think. Natural light is great, but I'm getting the sun in my eyes. I mean, look at this. If you don't find this at least fascinating, I don't know what is. I mean, one of my favorite things in the world is the way the caverns look in ASCII. Like, they just look so fucking cool to me. There's just something about this. It's endlessly haunting to me. And do not mind the, like, 3 roosters and dead animals in my water train. Don't mind them. There's several that it's featured in. The Museum of Pop Art and Culture, whatever it's called, in downtown Seattle it's in. Well, actually, more specifically, Zach and Tarner in it. There's a little rotating display in there. I've just never gone in there because it's expensive. There's the Museum of Modern Art, the MoMA, which is the famous one. And then there's one other one, which I'm currently blanking on. A creepy crawler? Let's get rid of you. There's just blood all the way down my stairway. It's kind of funny. Goes all the way down to here. It's all covered in mud. And the lava sea. It's actually, like, kind of expensive to get in. Like, I thought about going into that museum and having a look, but it is, like, $50 to go in there. And there's not a lot in there, but just plan around that and make a day of it. Because it is, like, basically don't go there just to see Dwarf Fort, is what I'm saying. I do have access to glass now. Speaking of, I guess the dwarf went insane. Also, I need to go back over to this. I need to finish this nonsense. What I do know is all of this along here. You've been a couple times? Noted. Yeah, I've never been there. Like I said, I thought about going in there last time I was at PAX, but then realized how expensive it was and was like, eh. A forgotten beast made of vomit and poop, grime and filth, has arrived. It's a blob, a gigantic one even. It's a giant bubble of crap. It has a spiral shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison stench, its vapors. Well, that is a very thematically believable critter. Let's poke it with sticks. Hopefully they can poke it to death before it expunges any yucky goo. Oh yeah, I know, totally. That part of downtown Seattle's pretty nice. It's the Everett. I cannot talk smack about Everett because I have no reason to talk smack about Everett. Okay, who done did it? It's Snail, and it's dead. Uh-oh. Ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. Well, you did get caught in a cloud of the extract. But I don't think that's got much to do with it. Snail has, I feel like this is an old wound. Snail has bestowed the name Kangish Masharil Yagin upon their steel spear. Okay, well, I don't know what that means, but congrats to you. And B-Lug's taking a nap. I don't ever remember the cool artifacts. I just remember the dumb ones. Like, I will never forget the Pink Impaler, which was a artifact pink tourmaline scepter I got because, like, we all just died laughing. It had images of the god of lust on it. Which was really funny because I was just, like, yelling at Bastet and putting her in horny jail because she was just being very, very horny in chat. And I was like, gotta put you in horny jail. And then it's like her dwarf makes the Pink Impaler. I'm like, man, goddamn. Oh, no. Oh, it's one of these. It's a good thing only one dwarf got this. This is going to be a lot of surgery. Why are you getting up and going away? Go back to hospital. No, it's from the poison vapor. They may start, okay, actually, Snail, I'm gonna boot you out of the military for right now. Hey, chat. I'm giving you a job. Remind me to put Snail back in the military in, like, 20 minutes. That being said, I am gonna give some of these dwarves who have some skill in fighting an opportunity to go train a bit, but... Go lie in the fucking hospital, you doofus. Your body is actively rotting. I mean, or don't. Quendelf, you're being dwarfed. Do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Hey, chat, can I get a response here? Does Quendelf get a dwarf? Yes or no? I am using DF hack. To YouTube chat. Why do people keep asking me why I'm not using DF hack when I'm clearly using DF hack? I just have the overlay disabled. And why don't I use it? Because I don't feel it's useful. If you feel it's useful, use it. And stop asking people why they don't use it. Because that's annoying. Alrighty. Quendelf, do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? You want a dwarf with a beard. Alright, chat. What kind of job does Quendelf get? You guys voted. Well, enjoy your retirement, you rotten dwarf. I mean, you do want to admire art, make merry, be with friends, uphold tradition, do all sorts of other things, so... You also literally have no friends, and you've been in the fort since, what, 362 and it's 364? You've been here for 2 years and you have no friends. Maybe it is time to give you a break. You know, it's a little bit of a loss leader when I ask chat, like, what should the dwarf do? Because most of this fortress is weaponsmiths. I do have some cooks. Go with the Tan, who's preparing a lavish meal currently. Let's do it that. Glendelf is very comfortable with others that are different from himself and is quite polite. He generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He isn't particularly curious about the world and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and doesn't go out of his way to help others. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And to the person who's sort of halfway asking why I'm not playing in ASCII, like if I don't like it, I don't play with ASCII enabled because I do this as a job and I want it to be as approachable to as wide an audience as possible. That's why. And now I'm waiting for the ads to finish and then I'll finish reading. A fine Dwarfman, yes, most certainly. I am in fact in Canada, yes. I do this full time. I've done this full time since 2016. And I recently bought an apartment. So, doing okay. Although I do still have goals and minimums and things I gotta do. Am I a hockey fan? Fuck no. What do you think I am? From Toronto? Jeez, man. If I wanted to watch people punch each other, I'd just go watch boxing. I'm sure. I have no interest. If you actually want to know my history with hockey, I watched hockey when I was a teenager, and then I watched, like, the citizens of Vancouver destroy the fucking city after a loss for the playoffs, and I literally haven't watched a game of hockey since. It's like if I lived in Philadelphia, I would have been cured of this immediately. But, like, if win or lose, you destroy your city, there's zero fucking reason to support god-awful nonsense like that. And that kind of team sport causes that behavior every day. And I have absolutely no interest in taking part in a group of people or fandom that thinks that that is something that you can do if your team wins or loses. So if I lived in the UK and people were a fan of footy around me, I wouldn't give a shit because hooligans are stupid. The only sport I watch these days is Formula One. Sometimes MotoGP, but I don't follow that as closely. He personally values tradition and values hard work and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship and dreams of creating a great work of art. And this dream was realized. He likes electrum and blue diamond and guava wood and giant chipmunk leather, the color Carillion, and low boots and mules for their stubbornness. The sound of the tulip of sparkling and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible, prefers to consume glass eye and pendant amaranth beer, and purple amaranth flower. I wonder if it's actually purple, or if it just looks like flour. And hates mussels. Has a pet lamb. I'm scared to check if they're alive. And a pet, or a friend named a mace dwarf. A friend mace dwarf. Football is not lame. Football's a great sport. Same with hockey. I just have no interest in watching it. Or taking part in a fandom that watches it. Like, I've got nothing against hockey. For clarity's sake here. I just don't care. Or have any interest in it. There's a very big difference there. I tend to be that way for a lot of things where it's like, no, I have no issues with it as a sport. It's not a lame sport. It's fine. Like if you want to watch hockey, go nuts. I'm not going to take that away from you. I just don't like the behavior of fans of that style of sport. That's it. I'll be honest with you, I don't have many friends. And also, I don't talk with about sports with a lot of people. Throughout my life, I've known plenty of people that like hockey. That's never come up in conversation with somebody. I'm sure there are people that are like me who were childhood fans and probably would have become really big adult fans. But like, I had a hockey jersey, a pretty nice one, which I got rid of as soon. Like I had a Henrik Sedin jersey, which I got rid of as within months of that riot happening, because I was just like, you know what, I don't want to be part of this anymore. Like, it just wasn't something that interests me, which is why I like motorsports, because at the end of the day, like a race happening somewhere, for the vast majority of the time, everybody's just happy to be there. You know, especially with something like Formula One, where like anybody who follows that sport enough to actually go to a race knows approximately how well their team is going to do based on previous races. Bye, viewer guy. Is glass eye a herb? I think it's a fish. Like, if we're talking about like creatures in Dwarfport, I'm pretty sure a glass eye's a fish, no? And if I was Odin, wouldn't I get cool powers? I've not seen Man's City during a race. Yeah, no, I'm sure that's the case. But nobody destroys my cities. I'm mostly talking about like the fans during the actual race itself. Small nocturnal marine fish. Well, there you go. But you're probably right, UGDPY. In what? Hold on. It might be superficial, but I consider you my friend since I spend most of your days watching my content. Just understand this, right? There's many people in this industry who try and foster that kind of connection with people. I actively push away on it. So if I seem indifferent to you considering yourself my friend, it's nothing against you, especially. It's, I push back against parasocial tendencies in people because it is inherently very unhealthy. If you get value out of the work that I do, that is fantastic. And I'm happy to help. But do note that I don't know anything about you or who you are. So it is inherently a one-sided thing. I do not know you, but I'm glad that you enjoy the work I do. And if you ever see me in real life, you're allowed to come and say hi unless I'm eating. If I'm eating, leave me the fuck. Thankfully, I've never had somebody come up to me while I'm eating. Generally, people are smart about that, but... You know the person we present to you... Wait, what? Sage? I know the person that you present to me through this chat. You know, it's kind of funny because, like, I've had people try and tell me that, like, streaming is a social activity. When I first started doing it, it was a social activity because it was just me and, like, one or two friends in a chat. Chit-chat and playing games. That was a social activity. But I would say at this point, streaming is not a social activity. Like, if anything, it's kind of the opposite. It's very much a thing that I do as a means of making a living. And it's not particularly social at this point because I don't know the people that I'm talking to. So to me, and don't take this the wrong way, you guys are people that I'm very thankful for. But no, I consider other streamers coworkers. You guys aren't coworkers. You're folks that I'm very, very happy exist. But at the end of the day, primarily from my perspective, your name's in a chat room. No boy. Webb's Oriole appears to be emaciated. Where is it? I don't think that can get to me. Private parking just got injured. That's okay, not dead. No, it's fine, Salvi. I'm glad that you get something out of it, dude. Like, that is genuinely a positive thing. There's no negative there. It's only a negative if it becomes unhealthy. It certainly doesn't sound like it's unhealthy. I mean, I've definitely got... there's definitely streamers out there, and... Well, actually, it's more podcasters for me. Who I've known for... Ooh, Titan Fight. Who I've known for a very, very, very long time. Like, for me, it would be like the guys who run Nextlander, like a bunch of X-Giant Bomb people like Jeff Gersman, you know, all of the old GameSpot podcasters who are still podcasting, because I've been listening to those dudes' voices in my head since like 2007 in some cases. Right around the time I discovered podcasts exist. And a lot of them are still podcasting, you know, many of them have taken breaks, but I've listened to those particular voices as long as I can remember, almost. And the fact that I can be that for somebody else is really cool. Like, you know, I've listened to every single episode of Cox and Crendor as an example, which is Jesse Cox and Crendor from YouTube. And they've been doing that show now for what, 12 years? I think they did take a break at one point. It started as a Let's Play of Saints Row 3, I think. And then the YouTube comments were like, why don't you guys just do a podcast where you just talk about nothing? Because that's all this is. It's a podcast where you're talking about nothing. And they were like, okay, we'll do a podcast where we talk about nothing. It's not my fault his last name is COX. Although there was that one brief period of time where a bunch of his YouTube videos got demonetized because at the end of all of his videos, he screams, "You've got Cox," really loud. So he had to explain that one to YouTube, which I find hysterical. Yeah, we need to check in on Snail. No health problems. Oh no, he's recovered. Wow, that's kind of wild. Does seem to need the break, though. As a new streamer, it's one to get your head around for sure. Wait, what is? That people will... At the end of the day, I just acknowledge, realize, and accept that there's many people who listen to me almost every day who probably know me better than me, in some cases, and probably remember more random facts about me than me. Which, like, it's something you kind of have to accept. And there's also people who, unfortunately, don't know me. They know me very poorly, in fact. And the version of me that they know no longer exists. Because it's me from 5, 6, 7, 12 years ago. And that version of me is a much worse person. Enforced off time? Sure. We'll call it that, Woodcoat. In regards to Snail the Dwarf. Y'all are spelling Jesse's last name wrong, and I'm very offended on his behalf. Although he would probably go, ha! Yeah, no, I was expecting at least scarring. Probably just took a shower and washed it off and it just healed. Now, there is a problem I'm realizing about this. I don't think it's going to go fast enough. I need to test it. Oh, that's trash. Wait, never mind. Wrong thing. And you wrote you right there. I don't think it's going to go fast enough. You know, nobody has impromptu, for no reason, bought me a beer before. That has never once happened. But I have had random people wander up to me and say hi. More so recently, though. What am I building? Well, I'm trying to build a trap. But I may have to, change something about it. Basically, I'm trying to build a minecart railgun. Is the simple version. I don't think it's going to go fast enough, though, so I'm a little worried. So this is a... Actually, let's use a metal minecart, because that'll give me a better example. Let's just use the gold one. So this will get removed. How the hell do you have the right to tell me that I was not a good person? Only I have the right to tell me that I was not a good person, Orc with Bow. God damn. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I was a very unstable person for a very long time, and nobody's perfect. The only point that it hurts for me these days is when somebody, like, shows up in the comments on an old VOD from, like, I don't know, 5 years ago or longer. 10 years ago even in some cases. 8 years ago. And is just like, man, dude's an asshole. And it's like, well, I was. But, like, that's not an accurate representation of me now. But it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, and simply put, it's supposed to be a minecart that goes in a circle, Ozetherum, and hopefully, ideally, goes fast enough that it can just take off and then continue going onto the other side. But I'm looking at it right now and going, shit, this may not actually work. So I'm not sure what I'm building right now. I may need to raise this up one level, which would require me constructing some stuff up here, which isn't too bad. But it's currently not great. Because the idea is that it's going to knock goblins down into here, but it may not end up working the way I need it to anyway. Who's placing that very heavy minecart onto the track? You are. Strength training. Put your back into it, Dwarf. Just remember to lift with your knees. You know, I know this might come as a surprise to you, Quendelf. I try to not brand my entire self on Dwarf Fortress. So I dream in ASCII sometimes, I think is plenty. I play other games sometimes. It's the reason I'm stupidskull.com, you know? Let's test this sucker out and see how she goes. And hopefully we don't get any collateral damage, but... Oh, well, this can just get deconstructed because this is pointless now. Fire the mine carts! Mine cart. Singular. Yeah, that's the problem. It's not going to go fast enough unless it connects to here. I wonder if I do this. Time for your beauty sleep. Alrighty, enjoy your sleepy boos. I mean, I do too, Quendelf. But eventually you too will want to branch out a little bit. Because having some tendrils and feelers in this industry is good for many, many multiples of reasons. But something to that extent, in my opinion, probably isn't a good idea. Because if I make a positive first impression with somebody, you don't want them to go back and then get the bad impression. So I just try to be honest about where I'm at now, instead of, like, focusing on the past. What minecart shenanigans have we done so far? Oh boy. Can you get a dwarf? If you get lucky enough to get one redeemed for you, sure. I don't give them out when people ask. Otherwise, every single dwarf would be named, and none of the people would be in the chat. Well, some of them would be, but most of them wouldn't. That's something you kind of got to earn around here. I really just don't have an easier way to give out dwarves into the YouTube chat, because YouTube doesn't have any good, integration features. But my friend here, Orc with Bow, is giving you a dwarf craft word. So, Craftword, what kind of dwarf would you like? Oh no, a dwarf died of dehydration. Anyways, you're getting put in a tomb. Yes, you is. I mean, it would be hard to miss Manor Lords, I would say. Because Manor Lords is like, or Manor Lord. I don't think that, is that game plural in its naming? I always try and get names for games correct, but. Well. I do not know if this is going to work, but damn it, I can try. Why are you listed as north? You should be going south. Maybe I queued you up the wrong way. Welp. Lords is plural? Is it? Huh. Maybe I'm just confusing it with Bannerlord. Let me go check. Oh, it is plural. Huh. Right. Do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? I can find you a dwarf. Craft word. Am I a Lord of the Rings fan at all? I'm a fan of the books and the original trilogy of movies. Oh, maybe not a fan. I enjoyed the books when I read them. Me and my older sister read them out loud as kids. And we would take turns reading chunks. That was a good, 3 years it took us to get through it. Although she read most of the last one because I got lazy. And same with The Hobbit. Although The Hobbit we did multiple times, mostly on road trips. don't know why they're not placing this. I'll just chuck a different minecart onto there. Whereas recent Lord of the Rings stuff makes me feel similarly about Lord of the Rings as I do about Star Wars, which is I wish it didn't exist. if that means anything to you, that's kind of how I feel about Lord of the Rings at this point. Is like, why you gotta kill all the good things, you jerks? So I don't really describe, there's very few things I would describe myself as a fan of, especially when it's like a corporate entity. Like at this point, asking if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings is like, hey, do you like giving the good folks over at the Embracer Group money? Well, no, not at all, actually. If anything, I would say I despise that as a concept, which is funny because like after laying off like 15,000 people and shutting down many studios and canceling dozens and dozens and dozens of games, some promising looking and some not, they're going on about how Kingdom Come is like their first success, and it's like, you fucking morons. Anyway, Craftword is a brewer and does not find most jokes humorous. It has an overbearing personality and lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, often feels lustful, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, which means you'll live longer, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and occasionally overindulges, and of course has a greedy streak. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and values honesty. And sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. He likes shale and tin and aquamarine, as well as the color fuchsia, ballista parts, and the tulip of sparkling, and the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume fisherberry wine and buckwheat flour, and can't stand worms. I don't know how you break an ear, but your ear is broken. No information on that, but your ear is broken. I'm sure that's very painful, hopefully not an ear infection. Your best friend is dead, which is unfortunate, but you do have several other friends, which are not dead. So that's good. Many passing acquaintances you have here are dead, and you've been here for 3 years. And you recently were forced to endure the decay of a friend, which is very unfortunate. I hope you enjoy it here. Hopefully things get less terrible for you in the near future. I'm also going to chuck a fancy rope up here. My brother managed to acquire a couple blocks of wood from the massive pine that Tolkien used to sit under. Really? Sauron is pretty in the Amazon show? I'm sure. I have zero interest in watching any of those shows. Just like apparently they're making a new trilogy. I also have zero interest in watching that. Yeah, we didn't really have much in the way of entertainment growing up because my parents were very limited on what TV we could watch and how much video game I could play. So, which is very frustrating at the time, but in hindsight, it was probably for the best. All right, we'll just, we'll have a defense rooster. Most effective alarm clock and enemy announcement mechanism. Bastet, thanks for the raid. What were you playing today? Mods, can I get a shout out for the raiders? This is the first raid of the stream. And you are placing the steel minecart. Oh no, absolutely. Like that, the writing was on the wall there. Are you gonna kill yourself with this? Nope. Okay, well that's good. Yeah, see, it don't go fast enough. Maybe if I accelerate this, it's not gonna work. kind of the only way I'm seeing to be able to do this would be setting up some impulse ramps. I don't like using impulse ramps, but I'm going to try some impulse ramps. We're going to break the physics. I'm also in an ad break now, so I'm going to leave the game paused until the ads are done while I place a giant food stockpile. Everything except for seeds, prepared meals, drinks, and drinks. That's the idea, yeah. The problem is I'm having a hard time getting it going fast enough. I don't understand how they work, but I know how to build them. You have to make the minecart think that it's going up a ramp when it's not, is the simple answer to how they work. The stream is being educational once again. There you go. I may also have to do some channeling to make this work. Yeah, that's fine. I think the ad should be done, so I can unpause. Here's hoping they shut this sucker off before that gets placed, but eh. What's up with / who is Embracer? Embracer Group was originally a Swedish video game store, i.e. something like GameStop, that got a shit ton of money around the time cryptocurrency exploded. Strange, right? Anyway, got a shit ton of money around the time cryptocurrency exploded. And alongside of getting a shitload of money, and suddenly having more money than God, they also reinvested that money in a bunch of IPs. And then a bunch of big publishers, namely THQ, went under, and Embracer, and so did another one named Nordic. Now, Nordic bought THQ. Basically, all of THQ's IPs were purchased by Nordic. And Nordic was basically just Embracer. So, step 1, game store buys Nordic. Step 2, Nordic buys Embracer, or buys, the company changes their name to Nordic, buys THQ and most of their IP. Step 3, they renamed the company to THQ. So THQ's back, yay! And then they just continued buying shit. So whenever there was a studio that was in trouble or suffering, or something was for sale, they bought it. Either at market value or below market value, or even above market value in plenty of cases. And so they just started spending money. And then cryptocurrency blew up again. And the pandemic happened. And prices got weird. And they continued spending money. 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 And then at one point, let me just go to Google and type in Embracer Group. This is before they exploded and lost all of their money, more or less. It's also apparently an airplane. Embracer Group, it's an airplane company from South America, apparently. At one point, they owned THQ Nordic, PlayOn, which is Deep Silver, Flash Labs, DigiArc, Milestone Games, which makes a bunch of random anime stuff, Coffee Stain Studios, who make what's the name of the Satisfactory. They also own Coffee Stain Publishing, Coffee Stain's other house studios, Ghost Ship Games, Ghost Ship Publishing, Coffee Stain Publishing, Amplifier Game Invest, whatever the fuck that is. I don't even know what that is. DACA Games, which, again, I don't know what that is, a bunch of mobile games. That makes sense. Dark Horse Media, so all the comics. Free Mode Games, as well as Middle Earth Entertainment and Middle Earth Enterprises, which is the entirety of the Middle Earth, like, back catalog. So they basically own Middle Earth as a franchise, and Lord of the Rings. Crystal Dynamics, 34 Big Things, 4A Games, Arc Games, Aspire, as well as Beamdog Studios, Cryptic Studios, Demiurge Studios, and these are ones that they previously owned. Saber Interactive and all of their companies, including 3D Realms. They used to own Fall Damage Games, who have now been shut down, I think. Velma, Foxglove Studios, Goosebite, I don't even know who that is. River End Games, they used to own Rainbow Studios, Shiver Entertainment, Silent Games, C77 Entertainment, Gearbox as a whole. They owned all of Gearbox at one point. Easy Brain, Asmodee, and all of their, like, things. Apparently that was spun off in February 2025. Cool. I thought they still owned that. Springboard VR, and then companies that they have closed, which, by the way, Springboard VR has like 15 companies underneath it. Companies that they've shut down. Square Enix, Plucky Bytes, Campfire Cabal, Volition Studios, Free Radical Design, Pieces Interactive, Piranha Bytes. Really? They shut down Piranha Bytes? I didn't even know that. Powwow Games, Eidos Sherbrooke, Pearl Games, and then they either merged or shut down or collapsed Gaia, KSM Film, Spot Film, whatever that is, 18.2, and JFAG Studio, which became DACA Games, as well as a shit ton of other studios that have shut down that they sold off. That's who Embracer Group is. Basically, for a hot minute there, and by hot minute, I mean year or two, they were the, like, in contest for Activision and EA Games, and I guess at the time when they weren't fucking everything sideways, Ubisoft. They were one of the biggest game publishers in the world for a minute. And then every single game that released underneath them flopped, basically. And they were supposed to get it was like a $2 billion investment or something from some mystery investor who then pulled out at last minute and didn't do it, and then later turned out to be Trendy Games Group, who's Saudi Arabia. I remember at one point, like, they bought the entirety of, like, Deus Ex as a franchise for, like, $150 million or something. Like, it was ridiculous. And I remember the owner of, what's the name? New Blood Interactive, the people who make Dusk and all those first-person shooters, was just like, why did anybody tell me it was so cheap? I would have bought it. Which, anyway, so now, like, nobody owns Deus Ex, which is kind of cool. Well, maybe I don't actually know who owns Deus Ex right now. I know they sold. I mean, they might still own it. They shut down the studio that made those games, though. Well, Embracer versus Embracer Group. Ashtastrophe. I didn't know that until I Googled it, and it was the first thing that came out. And I was like, huh, apparently it's an airplane manufacturer. But anyway. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. It's almost Embracer, it's just a different word. So it's not. Got it. Okay, makes sense. There's a C missing. It still came up first somehow. I had to scroll down a little bit further. Maybe I misspelled it in my Google search. It's possible. Likely. I should make cheese. We got milk. Anyway, so that's what Embracer is. And now Embracer is like 5 companies, including Middle-earth and Friends, which is like, ouch, I just got punched in the corporate hellhole. Levels of stupid for naming schemes. But I digress. So I'm building ramps next to a wall so that they're ramps up. That's the first thing that I'm doing here. Led to the loss of 4,532 employees, the closure of 44 studios, and the cancellation of 80 in development games. Yep. Including a new Deus Ex, Time Splitters, Red Faction Games, plural. Despite these steps, the company still faced $1.5 billion in debt. Yeah. So, yeah, that's That's who Embracer is. Now you know. You're welcome. Oh, really? You used to fly Embracer to work? Well, or Embraer, or however you're supposed to pronounce that? I can't pronounce that word. I'm not going to pretend to. Okay, so that's the first one. Although I may need to disconnect these. Who's even making those decisions? Embracer Group CEO. I hate this man's face. Hold on a second. Let me just look up his name. His name is Lars. I knew that. I just couldn't remember his last name. And no, I'm not going to give you the Google Gemini version. This guy's. What? You don't have a picture of his dumb face on Wikipedia? Come on. Fine. Who's making this? Who's making these decisions? This doofus. This doofus. This doofus. You know, this guy. The guy who is making a vault of video games and sealing it like a fucking bunker. That guy is who's making those decisions. That's who. Because they want to preserve all video games and make sure nobody can play them. And they're not lobbying for, like, you know, people's actual ownership rights. He's also young, isn't he? Like he's a really young CEO. I need to look up how old he is now. Yeah, he's born in 1977, so he's 47. Which is really young for a CEO. All right. Well, speaking of we did it, Patrick. We're very close to being finished on this, and then I can give it another test run. Which, once again, I'm not positive this is going to work. But, for those of you who don't know, this is how you make an impulse ramp. Okay, don't go all the way to the end, but just go like right there. And then put the Gabbro right there. It's basically tricking it into thinking it's going up, or trying to go up, or trying to go down, and it can't go down. So it can't go backwards, it can't go forwards, so it just launches it, basically. And ideally, if I've done everything correctly, it should absurdly accelerate it. But then I'm going to also have to do it on this end, because it's going to fail. So wish it luck. Who's ready to test the railgun again? Why is there a starving goat in my living room? It's a llama, not a goat. Buy those bars, buy those gems, buy the glass. For the dumb artifacts. Buy all the barrels. I'm lazy and don't want to make them myself. Buy the meats, buy the fish, buy the plump helmets, buy these, buy that's. Sure, well, oh, I can't. I ran out of money. Well, okay. Are there any ridiculously expensive things in the... Let's not buy the cut gems. buy the plants? Yes, I can. Can I buy the leaves? Yes, I can. Can I buy the fish? Let's try. Got it. All right, we'll do her. Your ramp is acting on impulse? Oh, no. Well, that seems unhealthy. Hopefully your ramp takes its anti-anxiety meds then. Well, I'm not sure why it turned around, but it's working. I mean, where did it land? Oh, it hit this one. It's like, why did it not make... Oh. 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 You have no idea what happened? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just let me turn it off real quick. Although that may not actually stop this from moving. So now it's going further up. Did I make these backwards, maybe? So now it's not going fast enough to actually accelerate it, which is kind of a problem. Well, I guess what I can do is this. This is slightly dangerous, but hopefully it doesn't hit the dwarf. Ideally, it goes straight line and goes wee. All right. Dum-dum. That's all. Just dum-dum. What'd you expect, the sorry? I mean, come on, man. What'd you even... Oh, I was gonna say, where'd the minecart go? Game paused. They were testing it? That wasn't the point. There you go, Dwarf. Now I need you to do the very careful task of also deconstructing this. Ooh. You know, it's probably getting canceled every single second. You know, let's try deconstructing this. There we go. Maybe that's how I would turn it off. I also need to deconstruct this one. And unforbid that. And go up to you, you're good. Okay. OMFG. Oh, you know. The Minecraft, the fun with minecarts video that Crux Smash did is in fact a classic. I mean, Oh Look, A Way to Die might be one of my favorite pieces, one of not my favorite, but one of my favorite pieces of Dwarf Fortress artwork ever made. So the good news is it works. The bad news is I have to do it a second time on this side. So that's fine. Once again, I'm sitting here wondering, why is it not working? And then I realize the game's still paused. I don't think there's anybody who plays Dwarf Fortress who doesn't love Krug's artwork. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say either. Although I do have a Ghost of Lanix, which I can't believe I didn't memorialize already. Because Lanix is getting a place of honor up here. Did they never make that? I swear I queued that up. I guess I didn't. All right, well, let's try that again. Also, Lanix can be heard howling throughout the fortress, which is grim. Poor Shinobi. Meanwhile, a forgotten beast has come, named Agua Julosmota Krolosipion Osman, a gigantic hairy shrimp. And it is twisting. It has a twisting jointed trunk, and it belches and croaks. Beware its poison vapors. The most poisonous of vapors. Oh, and it's on the level where it can kill me. I shall tell my dwarves to kill it. Kill it, please. Thank you. Do it efficiently. Chop, chop. Or stab, stab, maybe? Instead of chop, chop. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? And you know what for? You. Even if you don't drink. If you don't drink, grab yourself a celebratory apple juice. I just want to say thank you for tuning in today. You know, it's good to have so many people watching. I wouldn't have this job if people didn't watch the stream, and it wasn't for the 95 people watching on the YouTubes, and for the additional 200 here on Twitch. Drakensoul wouldn't be dead. But I wouldn't get to do this job, so thank you. Rest in peace, Drakensoul. And Montecore, thanks for the 17th month, not 70 months. Thanks for the 17th month. There's Lanix. Okay, let's see if I can finish this sucker. That would require them freezing, so I think we're pretty safe in that regard. You know, I could have just built over top of these, I'm realizing. Some dwarves have arrived despite the danger. And that dwarf just climbed a wall. What killed you? You saved the fortress, yeah. You killed a fire-breathing bird? It was a fire-breathing forgotten beast. But you killed it off-screen and also died off-screen. But I'm giving you credit for it because there's no way in hell anybody else killed it. Because you were the only legendary... you were the only legendary hammer dwarf in the fort. Actually, I can probably just do this. Yeah, easy enough. That kind of screws it up, though. I'll just let them build those. There we go. Lanix has now been laid to rest. Let's see what we got for Lanix histories. In memory of Aerith, Lanix, the slab reads, went missing in the year 363, Slayer of the Forgotten Beast. Well, at least they know that. Well done. Yeah, I'm very certain I made a statue, but I don't know. The farmer has created Gore Atith, a platinum spear, and offers it to the dead pillars. I need a Spearmaster stat. B-Lug, you have a new toy. Yeah, there we go. B-Lug gets a new favorite weapon. A platinum spear. Once he wakes up. I mean, he does have 34 other kills as well as 6 notable. Including apparently a tiger? This artifact is a platinum spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of platinum, cave spider silk, and pear-cut clear zircons. And porcelain. On the item is an image of Gozru, Submerged Thief, the Goblin, and Doran Granite Spiral. In Forgotten Beastbone. Doran is striking down Gozru. The artwork relates to the killing of the Goblin Gozru, Submerged Thief, by the Dwarf Doran in the Towers of Feeding in the late winter of 236. During... I'm not going to say that word because y'all will laugh at me. The Assaults of Murder. On the item is an image of Zas the dwarf and dwarves in porcelain. Zas is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the rising of Zas to the position of king of the Tower of Clobbering in year 1. And the item is an image of dwarves. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Minedarch by the Silver of Holding in the confusing mine in 57. The first time this place was populated. Which I think is pretty cool. And now I've got another ghost. Well, that is the coolest artifact in this fortress so far. By far. Like, by far. I mean, 37,000 Dwarf bucks? Probably more. Like, that is expensive. Oh no, there's someone's teeth are on that statue. I should probably deconstruct the statue and fix that. Well, that's a pretty fucking cool artifact. Hey chat, we're getting close to 4 o'clock. How you guys feeling about a little bit of Goblin Camp once we do another test run of these minecarts? Although, I gotta fix this. We're just doing some deconstructions and some reconstructions to fix these constructions. Probably just build that there. Build a ramp over it. That'll fix it. You haven't seen Goblin Camp yet, might be interesting. I think it's pretty interesting. I think I could also speed this up a wee bit if I do this and this, and then just replace that last piece of track. Although maybe not this one. This is Cannibal. It's one of the adventure mode release pieces. And then you go right here. And then I cry a little bit because we're getting attacked in the basement once again. And get annoyed at the ghost. It's like the dwarves, they're just scarred at the fact that there's a ghost. And I'm just like annoyed at the fact that there's a ghost that I have to deal with. All right, we should be through the ads now. Got one more piece here to finish. Oh, come on. You're off to bed, private parking. We'll see you later, dude. Snooze good. Okay. So, now I can turn this sucker on and we'll see if it works or if it falls flat on its face. What do you think, chat? Do you think it's going to work or do you think it's going to fall flat on its face? This might be what peak performance looks like. But we can't be certain. What'd you hit? Excuse me? Is it I forgot to build this? That's mildly vexing. What the hell happened? Huh. Another thing I could do as well is I can re-engineer this to be a minecart launcher that fires minecarts like through here at this. Since now we're just using impulse ramps, might as well go full stupid. I genuinely do not know why they all turned around though. Like, this is a little bit perplexing to me. Although, actually, since we're just using impulse ramps, why don't we just be honest with ourselves for a second? Why am I even building a ramp here? Just make it spin around real quick and fire it off again. Mayhaps I could use this as a loading system? Yeah, we'll just do it this way. They're not hitting the track that goes up to the fortification. They didn't make it to the top. They turned around, basically. But, I don't know. This is a way to solve this problem very swiftly. They wouldn't have bounced all the way back around, basically. I would have seen them, which they didn't do. Is somebody coming to get this boulder? So this is going to be an extremely dangerous little task here, because I ain't turning this sucker off. That's for cowards. Alrighty, brave dwarves. You continue to impress. I've come to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. There's much to share. What requests do you have of our merchants? And I'm just going to say black, bronze, and platinum. Good damn it. All right. I could also very easily just like extend this onto as another impulse ramp if needed. But here we go. What do you think, chat? Sand and glass? Nah, I've purchased a whole bunch of raw glass now, which I'm not going to cut. I purchased it off the last few. So we should be good at this point. I don't have these going backwards, do I? Maybe I need them to go this way? Or this way? I haven't built these in a while. Certainly seems like that, though. At least it's pretty easy to just, you know, pause all these. Okay, well, let's try this again. I guess I could just put a wall right here. Do it on this side. Nah, I guess I'll just do it this way. That'll be fine. Why aren't you missing a track? I don't understand the question. It doesn't need to go up to the fortification. I'm not missing a track. If it goes up to the fortification, it won't go through the fortification. They have to be in midair to go through the fortification. That's not the problem here anyway. So why aren't I missing a track? Because I'm not missing a track. That's intended. UGDPY. Chat, do you understand what I'm saying? I am making sense, right? This is intended.
Shionobi cheered. X100. You're making 100 cents.
I'm making 100 cents. Well, thank you for the 100 cents. I wanted just to make sense, but dollars works. Thank you. Anyways, it's besides the point. You're not an engineer, so trust me, I'm an engineer. What the fuck just happened here? Wamble. I don't like building things that break the game's physics because it's always very illogical the way you have to build them. which I don't like doing in games, so. But here we are, doing the thing. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? Shinobi, I have bad news. I feel like you missed the source of said bad news, too. Your dwarf has seen better days. I'll put it that way. You are still breathing? You're a bit of a vegetable. Bit of a vegetable. Maybe massive of a vegetable? Hugely of a vegetable. You're very much a vegetable. The choice of vegetable, though, is up to you, though. Like, you could be a celery, you could be... I don't know. Chat, quick, name a vegetable. Could be is a carrot a vegetable, or is this gonna be a no? That's a this and that, not a just like a strawberry or anyway. Tomato, sure. No, that's a fruit, not a vegetable. Squashes is also a fruit, not a vegetable. And y'all making fun of me for not making sense. I'm just gonna go with celery. You're a celery? A garnish on a stick? I like that term. Banana's a herb. You're a herb! Brr. Herb is one of my favorite insults, by the way. All right, let's try this. The moment of truth and justice. Bacon is a vegetable? I've been told that. I have several concerns about the legitimacy of whether or not bacon is a vegetable. I thought pizza was a vegetable. When did they make bacon a vegetable? I love that this is covered in Stormwolf's blood. That is very funny. I don't know why I find that funny, but I do. Like, I shouldn't find that funny, but I really do find that funny. Is that a name? Like, oh, you know, that's a dumb question. Of course there's people named Herb. I don't know, Herbie Hancock writes some bangers. So you'd be in good company, at least. Whew, I just checked. We only barely cleared the daily minimum for today. We're $2 above it. Whooey. Which means in 1 hour, I will officially no longer be making minimum wage. Maybe we'll keep up with it. Is that a lava card defense? No. No, it's a railgun. It would require lava to be a lava card defense. Why are Dwarf there? Oh, because you're here grabbing a drink. Well, okay. Dear dwarves, please unexist this mess. Thank you. All right. I love how we get thieves followed immediately by a kobold. Like, the goblins show up to steal my stuff, and then kobold's just like, guess what? I'm also here to steal your stuff. Speaking of stealing stuff, let's see if this minecart can steal some lives. Yeah, I must have just made him backwards. I've got to go this way. Got to go left. I went left instead of right when I should have left it instead of right. Actually, I wonder if I can even do them this way. Probably can't. Well, I was right. I did them backwards. I'm sure there are many vegetarian lawyers out there. Now, the real question is, can I have this thing set up successfully before the minecart comes through and kills everybody? That's the important question. Can I do that? We have until this dwarf gets over here. It's a race against the clock. Come on, dwarves. We got this. We're not going to have this done in time. I'm going to have to pause the other end. All right, dwarves, come on. I'm very annoyed that that didn't work, by the way. Which, this is the exact reason I try to not make systems like this, is because I always feel like I'm just breaking some law of physics. And, you know, of all rules that should be properly respected, I personally believe that gravity and physics are two of the higher ones up on that list. Why are you still holding the minecart? I forbid it for a reason. You don't need to carry it as a flex. You can drop it. Okay, fine. Damn it, dwarf. God damn it. That's too funny, but also at the same time, you dwarf. Put the fucking thing down. Yeah, they got one of 4 targets, right? 1 of 4. Chad, I need a round of beers. Cheer me up, please. I guess the good news is that this will require less power now. All right. Please work. Please work. Please work. Yes, Killer Spud. I fucking quit. I'll figure this out tomorrow. Chat, we're gonna go play some Goblin Camp. But first, I'm gonna go take a real quick toilet break. Hey, Twitch chat. If you're sticking around, I don't know, post a dancing emote. YouTube chat. I'm not shutting you down now, but I am going to need to set some stuff up behind the scenes. But first, I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back.